Hello and welcome to today's EcoCast, Modernizing and Securing State, Local, and Education IT. This EcoCast event is produced by ActualTech Media, and on this event you'll hear from experts at Nutanix, NetApp, Mimecast, Intervision, Pure Storage, Unitrends, Duo, Gigamon, and Datrium. As you can tell, we have an incredible lineup for you on today's EcoCast. My name is David Davis of ActualTech Media, and I'm excited to be your moderator on today's event. Now, before we jump into it, there are a few things that you should know about the EcoCast. First off, we want this to be a social event, so we encourage you to use the Twitter icon. It's on the bottom of your console. If you click on that icon, the hashtag for today's event will be automatically appended. That is ATM EcoCast. And we'll be monitoring that hashtag throughout the event. I'll talk more about the hashtag and the social media aspect of this in just a few slides here. We also want this to be an educational event, so we encourage you to use the questions box on the left-hand side of your console. I'll highlight that questions box for you now to call your attention to it. Of course, we appreciate all the good morning and hello from places far and wide around the United States and across the world. Of course, we appreciate all those. We also appreciate your topical questions. We want to hear the challenges that you're facing in state, local, and educational IT organizations. We're here to help you solve those challenges on today's event. So bring your toughest SLED challenges, as they're called, and we want to help you solve those. We'll be doing a dedicated Q&A session with each of today's presenters at the end of their presentation. So thank you for those questions in advance. We also have a number of resources on the left-hand side there in the Handouts tab. We've got a resource that's been hand-selected by each of today's presenters. I'll highlight that for you as well. There you can see you'll find links for each of today's presenters, either presentations or assets, solution briefs, ebooks, links to specific resources that they recommend that you check out. So don't forget about the Handouts tab as well. And then finally, you may have heard that we have some prizes to give away on today's EcoCast. We'll be handing out 5 Amazon $500 gift cards. We'll be announcing the prize winners of those throughout today's presentations. And so make sure you stay tuned for those. The primary requirement is that you're in live attendance to qualify, but there are a number of other prize terms and conditions that you need to be aware of, and you can find those in the Handouts tab at the very bottom where it says ATM Prize Terms. All prize winners must submit it on IRS Form W-9 to ActualTech Media. Now, ActualTech Media has been donating to the Direct Relief charity for each of the EcoCast, MegaCast, and Summit events that we do. We've been donating $500 to Direct Relief. Direct Relief has been supporting frontline healthcare workers, supplying them with the necessary PPE and medical protection or health protection equipment that they need. So we encourage you to support Direct Relief as well. And by supporting today's event, of course, you're helping us to support them. So thank you in advance. And then we've also been supporting the Diane Fossey Gorilla Fund and the One Tree Planted charity through the Gorilla Guide Book Club. If you visit gorilla.guide, you can download the latest and greatest educational ebooks on enterprise technologies. They're all completely free. So make sure that you visit gorilla.guide to learn more. It's a great educational resource if you enjoy reading fun technology books. So make sure you check out Gorilla Guide. And then, as I mentioned, the hashtag for today's event is ATM EcoCast. Today's event is brought to you by ActualTech Media or produced by ActualTech Media. You can follow us on Twitter, and you can follow me as well, David M. Davis. I also want to call your attention on the top right-hand side of your console. You see the icons for YouTube, Twitter, and LinkedIn. We also have our 10 on Tech podcast. It's available over in the iTunes store. I encourage you to subscribe to those. Also subscribe to our LinkedIn channel. That's where we post our latest and greatest content. And with that, we're going to kick off today's Modernizing and Securing State, Local, and Educational IT event with a special message, a special keynote presentation by Mr. Scott D. Lowe. Take it away, Scott.
Scott Lowe with ActualTech Media, and thank you for joining us for today's event. This is our SLED EcoCast, SLED standing for State and Local Government and Education. I started my IT career back in 1994 working for K-12 schools, and I spent 4 years doing that, and it was a great experience at the time. From there, I've moved on to a number of different organizations, including 3 private colleges, and I also did a stint in local government. So it's safe to say that the SLED space is really a cornerstone of my career. It was great experience, and I got really great knowledge and great opportunities that helped me succeed along the way. At least I like to think I succeeded. Today, the world is a vastly different place than it was in 1994, though. And that's especially true for 2020. You know, already the SLED space is hampered in some ways when compared to its corporate brethren because of some of the ways that they operate. You know, budgets are a lot tighter in the SLED space than they are in the corporate world in a lot of cases. There's a lot more bureaucracy that you have to go through, particularly when you look at public institutions. And there's just a lot more, you know, governance challenges that we have to overcome in a lot of cases to make things happen. And that can sometimes feel like the pace of innovation is slower than it might be in the corporate world, but that's really not true. If you look at the space in general, there's a lot of really cool things happening in colleges and universities and K-12 schools and in our state and local governments. But those challenges that you traditionally face are nothing like the ones that you've faced over the last couple of months. For those that work in the SLED space, it can be easy to think sometimes that you're kind of an afterthought, maybe a cost center in some ways. But a couple of months ago, IT became front and center for a lot of organizations around the world. Organizations of all types, including all of you, have moved to work from home models. Those of you in education have moved entire student populations from in-classroom, in-lab, and co-curricular activities to Zoom, or to Canvas, or to whatever it happens to be that you're operating. The world changed, and IT was at the forefront. It took the efforts, the combined efforts of your entire teams to pull off what was essentially this mass migration to a virtual experience for at least the foreseeable future, and in some cases, probably permanently for certain roles. And I want to say, personally, that I seriously appreciate the efforts that all of you have expended to make this a successful transition. And if I look at my wife's work, her IT department helped them work from home. It was seamless. It wasn't ideal, but that wasn't on IT. That's just a situation in general. But it was a seamless transition, and she had everything she needed because of an excellent IT department at the college that she works at. My kids are both in high school, and in Missouri, the school shut down in March, and they didn't reopen. And the kids did virtual school for a couple of months as best they could, but it took an army of IT professionals and educational professionals coming together to make that work. And around the world, we hear similar stories of all of these services moving to less face-to-face or no face-to-face interaction and to something that's behind a computer screen. And while this probably won't permanently be the case, it is for now. And I just want to say thank you again to all of you for the efforts. And I understand the long nights and the weekends that it took to make sure that this happened with as little of a hiccup as possible for your organizations. Will this define you moving forward? Probably not. At some point, the world will come back to normal, or at least whatever passes for normal is at some point. And things will settle back down into a more normal routine. But I do think that organizations will look at IT with a different eye. For those of you that have been pushing for things like disaster recovery and business continuity discussions in your organizations and didn't get traction, which is not uncommon, you probably will now, because this last few months has been, if nothing, a critical test of an organization's business continuity capabilities. And there are a great number of organizations, including a lot of colleges and universities, that do not have comprehensive, robust business continuity plans. And that's something that many of you had to do on the fly for whatever reason. Either your organization didn't have a plan because they didn't want one, because it's never been thought about, or it was out of date, and you had to make it work. And you did a tremendous job making it work. Now, the unfortunate reality is that a number of you are working in organizations that will probably suffer some financial challenges over the next year or two because of the current environment that we are operating in. But given the success that you've demonstrated with how quickly you're able to react and help your organizations refactor the entire business model, I would suspect that there is going to be a lot more discussion about how the role of technology will play a greater role moving forward in your organization's strategic plan and in their operational plans. It's something that has to happen. For organizations where IT was simply considered a cost center, those organizations are the ones that will have the biggest challenges moving forward. We know that IT is a strategic asset to an organization when managed correctly, when positioned correctly. The unfortunate reality is that not every organization is like that, or at least it wasn't. I believe in the coming months, you're going to see that change. And if it doesn't change, then someone else will make it change because it has to. As your organizations recover from the pandemic and they get back to some sense of normality, which is going to take a while, you're going to need partners to help you figure out what to do along the way. We have a great lineup of vendors on today's event that will help you figure out your strategy for moving forward and will help make sure that if we end up in another situation, you're well positioned to be able to weather it. Once again, we appreciate you joining us for today's event. Thank you for everything you're doing, and please enjoy the lineup we have today.
Excellent advice and great insight there from Mr. Scott Lowe on the state of state, local, and educational institutions out there. Thank you for that insight. And I've just brought up a poll question for everyone out there in the audience. I want to call your attention to. The poll question is, what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company? If you're on this event today, it's likely that you're interested in making some changes in your technology, perhaps some more innovative technology, some more efficient technology. So we're just curious about your time frame for what you may or may not be planning to do in your IT organization. All right, thank you everyone who responded to that poll question. And with that, it's time for our first presenters on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Andrew Miller, Principal Systems Engineer, and Mr. Scott Jobe, Public Sector SE Director at Pure Storage. Andrew and Scott, take it away.
Welcome. Thank you all for joining us today. As you can tell, we are here to talk about how Pure helps modernize and secure state, local, and education IT. That does relatively intentionally align to the overall ActualTech subject. My name is Andrew Miller, a Principal SE here with Pure Storage. I think probably most importantly for today, I actually started on the customer side for about 7 years, kind of admin to engineer to architect, et cetera. But as it relates to the topics we're going to hit on today, I've spent a lot of time wandering around them. Without further ado, I'm really glad to be joined by Scott. You mind introducing yourself?
Hello, everyone. Scott Jobe, Director of Public Sector Systems Engineering here at Pure Storage.
So the slide here is literally our agenda. We're going to talk about modernizing. We're going to talk about securing. And the really cool thing there is that actually from a Pure standpoint, our focus is on what we call modern data experience. And in some cases, you may see like, that feels a little bit glossy, right? But I actually really like this because what it does for us is it helps us talk to you, to who I used to be, in terms that matter to you and not just about what our products are kind of thing. So there's 4 key pillars there that we're going to walk through. And this is really about helping you modernize your data center in various ways. The first one is really where Pure started, around the idea that simple is smart. And when you think of Pure, you think of the fast matters pillar that you just saw a second ago. Well, there was actually this whole aspect where Pure revolutionized the industry around performance, but that's not a long-term competitive advantage. There's this great quote from Kaz, who's one of our co-founders, around come for the performance, stay for the simplicity. And so when you look at this, simplicity is pervasive throughout the product portfolio. I've managed storage for many years. And when you look at this, whether it's from how you do things with Pure One, your setup experience, that it's actually very fast time to value, your day-to-day management as you look at moving workloads around between arrays, or even modeling out, what a new controller might look like, or even some of the automation pieces. It's sometimes even simplicity in automation, that if you take away a lot of the knobs and dials, what used to be a 100-line script might be a 10-line script to integrate in, that kind of thing. And especially from a predictive support standpoint, I know I've had times where you carve out your whole day to get on the call with support, thanks to Pure One. And like it says, literally, the global sensor network, that's all the arrays scanning for issues. The majority of support tickets for Pure are actually opened by Pure to customers to notify them if you may want to upgrade to this, you may want to look at this setting, this configuration. But this pervasive idea that simplicity is actually the enduring competitive differentiator, if you will. It's what matters to people. Next pillar number 2, subscription to innovation. Over the years, I've actually done a lot with overnight upgrades and even maybe time and a half, that kind of thing you're stuck doing. But what's very interesting here is there's the idea of this being a data platform that improves as it gets older, as it grows over time. The best day is not the first day, that's actually like the definition of depreciation, right? That actually over time it gets better because you can actually change out controllers in family and between families without taking performance impact or downtime. You can actually change out the different flash modules instead of having to worry about pools and aggregates and all these other things you have to map to, kind of thing. There's also the aspect where you don't have to plan ahead and say, I think I want this feature, so I better budget for it now. Like it says, all array software is included. There's regular updates that are delivered non-disruptively. So there's not this sense of like, am I going to be painting myself into a corner in 2 years because of something that there's no way that I can know today. And even then, from a financial standpoint, OpEx, CapEx, on-prem or the cloud, subscription models, all these things that are sometimes upfront decision points that are really hard to know. So a subscription innovation that encompasses not just even capabilities, but even the potential that you might need to change your financial or operating models. Next, cloud everywhere. This is one that's near and dear to my heart. It's actually part of the reason that I joined Pure, frankly. Even you can look at some of my previous background. And I wouldn't fault you if when you think about Pure, you don't automatically think about cloud. Go back 10 years or so ago, Pure made its mark around all flash and performance and super low latency there. But what we've done is we've said, we already had a fully API-defined platform where the API was a first-class citizen to the UI. Everything you can do in the UI, you can do in the API. But what people want and need, especially for existing applications, is they need a consistent experience across on-prem and the cloud. It turns out that's actually really hard to do. It takes some significant engineering work to provide something that's actually really easy in theory. It turns out to be hard in practice. So some of what we've done with Cloud Block Store, CloudSnap, as I've dug into the architecture here of how we've done this, we've done it in a way that nobody else in the industry has done it, to be able to give you those same capabilities that sometimes we take for granted on-prem around data reduction and replication and thin provisioning, just stuff we almost take for granted that doesn't necessarily exist in the cloud. We're partnering, though, with the cloud providers heavily. AWS is on stage with us when we announce this capability in their cloud. And even as we do that, making it affordable due to some of our lasting values around data reduction to actually reduce the spend, to take a more resilient architecture approach and actually make it viable. And the cloud vendors are happy for it because there's certain application workloads that are challenging to just pick up and lift and shift into the cloud. So there's this whole deeper story here that I love, as you can hopefully get a feel for. Last but not least, fast matters. This is obviously where Pure started. Come for the performance, stay for the simplicity. But even here, not talking about it in terms of, not in terms of our products, but in terms of, if we're having a technical requirements conversation, in terms of what matters to you. Is it a latency-focused conversation, a bandwidth-focused conversation? Is it most about density? And that as we think about protocols, which in the past, often protocols have been kind of the defining features of platforms just because of the limitations, this protocol is here, but it's not here, that kind of thing. Both partly today, and especially over time, our goal is that the protocols become at parity across the board so we can focus back on the core technical items that matter the most to you. And that leads into real acceleration from a development standpoint, whether this is test dev on-prem or in the cloud. That is Pure's modern data experience, the 4 pillars. Now, if you're wondering, does Pure actually have products? Yeah, we've got products too, right? And not trying to run away from that at all. You'll even see reflected in the kind of the product family slide here some of those same terms I just mentioned, around latency, around capacity, around, FlashBlade is really throughput. There's one other large concept here that I find really fun to talk about, and it actually focuses around FlashBlade. and how FlashBlade can be what we call a data hub. So you look and say, okay, data hub. So what's that? So at a core FlashBlade, when you look at it as a product, it's a very high throughput focused product. You say, if you ask me, hey, can I have 50 gigabytes per second of throughput? That's actually a pretty crazy number in general when you're talking about storage platforms. On FlashBlade, not too hard. It's roughly 50 blades, because it's actually simple scale out. You can scale out with blades, and it's focused on high throughput. Now, the data hub aspect comes in from the multidimensional performance. This is that FlashBlade is self-tuning to the point where it can handle different workloads, from read-write ratios to different block sizes, even different kind of streaming versus transactional, et cetera. Why does this matter? Because that is what allows consolidation of the workloads up here that you see that often require separate silos, often AI versus data lake versus backup. These are totally separate storage silos in the data center, and previously for good reason. I think, Scott, you've got a great real-world example of the promises that I just made there.
I do. Thanks, Andrew. So yes, Pure has some fantastic customer stories and customer successes around this data hub concept, where customers have leveraged FlashBlade in order to respond to specific needs. And I think, considering the situation that we're in with increased levels of research workloads that are happening right now to respond to current events, we're working with major government customers that are giving FlashBlade an opportunity to demonstrate exactly how powerful a scalable platform like it really is, and what it can do to help succeed in research workloads.
Same thing, the one that we talked about, they were already a Pure customer, but they've been expanding their FlashBlade footprint just due to the huge surge in data analysis requirements that they have.
Absolutely.
So that is the modern section. We've got a limited amount of time here, obviously, so don't want to cram too much in, but want to kind of almost mentally transition from thinking about modern and modernizing your data center. If there's stuff there that you'd like to hear more about, we're absolutely happy to dive more into that. But I actually want to kind of jump off here a little bit from this backup comment, because often there's the idea from folks that, Flash is actually kind of expensive for backup, but it's not about backups. When I was a backup admin, I don't think I ever got asked about how long backups were going to take. Every now and then. I got asked about how long did restores take, which leads us into section number 2, which is really where we want to focus on securing. And you might have already guessed what topic we were going to hit on here briefly. So it's not what we want to think about, but ransomware is everywhere from a news perspective, from an attack landscape, et cetera. I've got a saved Google search that is bigger than I would like every day when it comes into my into my inbox as an email. We wish our lives were more like this, right? And this is what we hope for some days, every now and then kind of thing. Or maybe it's that you actually don't leave your laptop behind when you're on vacation. But in reality, it is more like this on a day-to-day basis. And I've lived there, back to being 7 years in kind of IT operations roles, and trying not to forget kind of what real life is really like. So what we want to do for you today is give you a little bit of a trimmed-down version of a topic that often we'll actually spend about 40 or 50 minutes exploring, where we actually don't talk very much about what Pure does, but we talk a large amount about the landscape and kind of agnostic education to help you understand the different things that are out there that you may want to protect against. If you'd like the longer version of this, we're happy to provide that later. But for today, I wanted to kind of do a trimmed down Cliff's Notes almost, or a rapid fire version. As it notes there, we'll look a little bit at the threat. We'll look some at the theory and how you can protect, simple in theory, hard in practice, and go into very briefly a little bit of how Pure can help. That's intentionally at the end, right? Because we want this to be more educational. So thinking about the threat. If you're listening to this, I'm sure you know the base definition of ransomware, which is, malicious software. Your data is encrypted. You don't get it back until you pay money. The alternate definition, it's a little bit maybe technically snide, right? It's a problem that requires unplanned restore of huge amounts of data from systems that weren't designed for it. You ask me as a backup admin, hey, I'd like to restore 50% of my data center. I just might look at you sideways a little bit, because that's not what I do, right? We have disaster recovery and storage array replication, all that kind of stuff. We dive a little bit deeper. We're going to cherry pick a couple themes here. This is usually malware that comes in via endpoints, hitting on browser vulnerabilities, zero-day attacks, which are out there. The two stories here that I want to focus on are, one is a gentleman in Toronto, because I've presented on this topic 40 or 50 times over the years, many times. And there's always stories afterwards that are fascinating. People don't want to say them in public, but they're out there. So a gentleman in Toronto, he'd received an email from iTunes the day before that looked like it was legitimate for a $50 app. If you're like me, hopefully $50 doesn't make or break you, but that's a lot for an app. So you're like, man, what in the world did I or my wife or my kids buy? The only thing wrong with that email was the actual to dispute this purchase link. And you have to go in like the view source to look at that, that kind of thing. Even from an accounts payable standpoint, where someone was clicking on a PDF. It was actually in a school system. They were actually clicking on a PDF to pay an accounts payable due, and it looked totally legitimate. That PDF was the vector to get into their systems, kind of thing. What we're seeing, though, is that this is not just focused on going after your primary data. It's also going after backups, SQL DBA, where his machine and his backups to dumps, if you will, to a purpose-built backup appliance and the primary data got encrypted, as well as going after individual storage vendors and snapshots and backups. This is where it gets a little bit crazy, and we do have to think about the anatomy of an attack. And so what I like to call out here is that the average attack length today, and you can find different numbers for this online, they're always a little bit fuzzy, is anywhere from 50 days to 200 days. 2018, 200 days. 2019, probably 50 days. Either way, someone gets into the network, they find an entry point, they're spending a long time looking for critical applications, data, and files. The last phase they do, right before they start encrypting data, trying to get ransom, is to break backups and erase snapshots, AKA they're trying to do things that will make it more likely you have to pay the ransom. It's very, very logical, right? And this has been a more recent development. There's even some stuff where we can't ignore CryptoLocker that was out there for a while, and this is actually WannaCry later for folks that all they know is I just do IT stuff. They would see this as like, yeah, I heard about this thing called WannaCry. It was even on the screen in a Deutsche Bahn train station, kind of like a large airport here, instead of the classic, crashed Windows XP screen. You're like, ha ha ha. This is actually on that kind of thing when you're walking through the terminal. The point that I like to be very upfront about here is that the world has gotten scarier. It's not slowing down. I'm not here to be a jerk and scaring you, but it's far better now than at 2 a.m. in the morning when you get a call from your boss or the help desk. And what's fascinating about this topic is this is now not just a technology initiative, it's become a business initiative. So this is Gartner. The second highest priority of spend for digital transformation initiatives is cyber information security. That to me isn't necessarily a digital transformation initiative. That's heavily driven by ransomware. So we look at where this came from. We've had insane growth over the last couple of years. 5 years, 479x growth. These numbers could be a little bit fuzzy. But what I'd like to call out here is that it's not just the ransoms paid, it's actually impacted the business. There's even been some confusion, some of the FBI recommendations on and off the record. We're only going to tell one or two of the stories here. School system out, there's a school out in Myrtle Beach area, and closer to where I live, that actually got hit. They went to look at their backups, a little bit like I used to be a sad backup panda every day when I came in as a junior backup admin. They found their backups weren't running right. There was another school that actually said they weren't going to pay the ransom. They had to spend several days reconstructing student data. Now, if you're thinking there's been worms and viruses with this for a long time, what's changed here? Because there have been some changes. The two big changes are around the method of payment. Cryptocurrency allows us to be a worldwide phenomenon, unfortunately, as well as there are literally ransomware as a service kits out there today. If you feel like your career is in a dead end and it's not going anywhere, you should think about cybersecurity, not whatever else you might have been thinking about. The last point here is that one of the things that's fascinating is that we're used to competition in certain ways. As IT practitioners, maybe rogue IT or phantom IT, vendors that make things simpler, even cloud potentially, we're not used to competition of the core and efficiency of the modern data center. If you're like, so what does that mean? Well, if you ask me as an IT architect, data center architect, is everything in your data center up to date and patched? I don't like that question. It's extremely uncomfortable because I know what the answer is. I've got so much stuff to do every day. That leads us into the theory and protection levels. This is a security conversation. It's a defense in-depth conversation. We always have to think about not having too many layers so that if we have too many, then we may not be able to maintain them practically. There's things you can do before the attack from a human standpoint. This is around education. Don't click on that link. Don't enable macros. There's things that you can do from before the attack from a technical standpoint. Now, there are so many products in the space, so many good products. It's very hard to keep track of. You may be thinking, hey, I heard that FlashBlade data hub thing with like crazy high throughput. That can help in this space, frankly, around super high throughput scenarios to watch and model for attacks. There's even cybersecurity insurance policies. They can have more benefits than you might think. And of course, last but not least, backups. And you knew that from the previous slide, right? So at this point, I mean, I'm actually about to give you some time back, right? Because does anyone not know that you need backups? Or does anyone in this case need, Health and Human Services to tell you that you should have backups and restore from them for ransomware attacks? And this is, of course, where I'm being a little bit snide here. It's not quite the easy button, but it could be theoretically. One of the reasons this is, and I think we all know this, is around complexity. And I've spent time in the past around business impact analysis. You take your applications, you put them in tiers, and then for disaster recovery. And when we're talking about something backups that's potentially the last line of defense for your organization, one of the biggest enemies here is complexity. If you have a high impact, low probability scenario, if you have systems that require lots of day-to-day care and feeding, they won't be there when you need them, right? Because you had all this other stuff to do every day if it's that scenario. And of course, this is where we have the coffee dog, right? And I've been here too, right? I've got way too much to do. I got my coffee. The fire's not quite here. There's a lot going on, but I'm good for now. I'm still making it. Last but not least, the hope. So there are two big key solution concepts here. The first is around simplicity and reliability of data recovery. That if it's not simple enough to set up this last line of defense from ransomware, especially around backups, either I won't set it up or won't be there when I need it. And as well as my data protected, not just against problems where I haven't been able to keep up with my backups, but if someone is intentionally trying to compromise them. And I realized here I left out a term that I often define sooner, which is immutability. That's the idea that once you made backups, in this case, you can't modify them. But not even just immutability, but to the point of if the admin credentials have been compromised, are you still safe? Because that's another really hard step to go into. Secondly, speed of data recovery. We actually have a customer. They're now a Pure customer. On the previous system, they got hit by ransomware. It was 14 days to bring the backup systems back online, 60 days at the point when they canceled the restore, like Windows progress bar style was still counting up when they canceled it. That's more like an RTO or a recovery time of just no, right? Which is really sad to think about with all the time and investment spent on those kind of products. And even, backup vendor features can help out here. So as we relate to Pure, and you're like, man, you're going to get to Pure somewhere in here? Yep, here we go. So there's two big things that we talk about. The first is around just generally snapshots and on primary data. There's nothing faster than metadata. So on Pure, and I want to make sure to be clear, this is snapshots on Pure. Other products may or may not have the same capabilities from a snapshot standpoint. If they do, you should absolutely use them, right, kind of thing. But what I'm talking about here are snapshots that you can create instantly. They're full volumes with new volumes with full capabilities. There's no dependencies on other volumes. They're full performance. They don't actually take space when you make them. You can instantly roll them forward or back. So we actually have a customer right now I was on the phone with within the last week where they are actually recovering from a ransomware attack based on snapshots on their FLASHARRAY right now. In their case, actually, they replicated those off to another array because they needed to keep the primary FLASHARRAY in the ransomware state or with the encrypted data on it for forensic analysis kind of thing. But this is actually helping them out. Next is better backups, second line of defense. So you may remember that we talked a little bit about FLASHBLADE and some of the characteristics, especially around throughput kind of thing. And there's this, and of course, this FLASHBLADE can also underpin SPLUNK and other log analytics platforms, which are kind of before the attack from a technical standpoint. But there's this really interesting trifecta of capabilities here that I like to talk about. And this is, again, for me, having spent several years and a lot of times talking about this space, each one of these is important and also unique, especially when combined. So like a good Tarantino movie, let's kind of take it from the end first. So if we look at the after the attack, unmatched recovery speed, we heard the story of the customer that took a long time to restore. If a tree falls in a forest, does it make a sound? I don't know. I'm not sure that I care. But if your backups take so long to restore, they cause major organizational reputational impact, that's a problem. So we look at FLASHBLADE. It's not only fast to backup, it's even faster to restore. Over the years, we actually often optimized around restore backup times and know that we'd have to pay the price on restore. FLASHBLADE can flip that on its head from a performance standpoint. And these are some hero numbers, obviously. An example here of a real customer that actually found 38 hours for a full recovery. They're actually doing clones to test dev. It's a large software as a service company you know of. Introducing FLASHBLADE in took them from 38 hours down to half an hour. 76x increase, we're talking order of magnitude here. From a simple to implement standpoint, right, that was right here. This is a capability that you can put in underneath your existing backup products. You don't have to rip and replace it, rip and replace to get the speed of restore capabilities. But frankly, then the most important piece, because if you've been, kind of playing the at-home game and watching Pure for a while, you'd be like, I've heard about these before. The new piece that's actually also old is what we call FlashBlade SAFEMODE, or the idea of immutability plus, that, it's not just immutable, your backups can't be compromised, but even if there's admin credentials. What's interesting about this is that this actually came about several years ago from a single large customer with Pure who wanted to protect against a rogue admin scenario. If someone left, what's the attack, the blast radius of what they could actually compromise? So we created this feature to be able to say, take our snapshots, which are always immutable, take them to the point where an admin can't delete them. They're created and expired by a policy focused around protecting backup sets and metadata. And back to that evergreen comment that we made, for the subscription innovation, we don't charge for this feature individually. Another way to look at it a little bit more technically, we're protecting against compromised admin accounts by, forcing a hidden non-editable snapshot schedule. We even remove the ability for the admin to actually delete those. So even if your admin credentials get compromised, and we make sure that those extended protected snapshots stay around for at least 14 days. Backup wise, that can often look like, you're running your backups and metadata, got to have your catalog, it's important, to FlashBlade recovery. You have to deal with compromised data. There are a lot of other vendors that can help with that, but then you can recover at FlashBlade speeds dramatically faster, which pulls us all the way back around to where we were a couple minutes ago. And I think it may just be because I like the word trifecta, but you look at each one of these capabilities, they're important from a ransomware recovery scenario, and combined, I truly believe they're unique in the industry. And of course, links us all the way back around to Data Hub. So we talked about one, Scott gave an example of one scenario from a Data Hub standpoint. This is another scenario of Data Hub around backup and restore. This is because it allows consolidation of workloads. And I think you've got a couple more real world examples there, Scott.
I do, Andrew. So the interesting thing here is that ransomware doesn't discriminate. And so we have a number of customers that have become Pure customers because of unfortunate situations related to ransomware. So whether we're talking about, state governments, we're talking about large cities, or even, medium-sized, mid-sized to small cities, the lack of discrimination in the ransomware challenge is giving customers an opportunity to vote with their budget and become Pure customers in order to address how they respond to these crises or how to avoid them going forward in the future.
Awesome. And with that, I think we will move into Q&A. I think you were going to keep going there, Scott.
Yeah. So I got a couple questions, and let's go ahead and I'll throw them out there, and we'll try to keep this brief so we stay inside of our window. So let me just kind of fire away real quick. So Andrew, you mentioned that there's a longer walkthrough of the ransomware landscape online, and how Pure can help in that ransomware landscape. Where can I find that?
Yeah, so that's actually kind of a full webinar that we did focused on state, local, educational government. We'll send that as a follow-up link, as well as put that in chat here shortly. So I appreciate the question, because, man, there's so much more here that's worth exploring.
Excellent. Also a question, I joined partway through just as you were talking about FlashBlade being a data hub. Can you briefly elaborate on what that data hub concept means?
So it's really a combination of the kind of the technical capabilities around the ease of scale out, crazy high throughput. So as you add applications on, you can scale it out easily. The multi-dimensional performance means that it's self-tuning, even for very, very different workloads. So you can take applications that previously needed totally separate storage silos and actually collapse them onto the same platform without having performance issues. So that's the short version. We can obviously happy to go longer in person.
Fantastic. Last question is a great one. You mentioned that the average ransomware attack is 200 days before it's detected. Does that mean I need 200 days of backups protected by SafeMode in order to be effective?
Awesome question. And I love that, because it means you're kind of following along and kind of thinking through the scenarios. So as you may remember on that slide, I won't go back to it. The attack happens at the very end the attack on your backups, and actually happens at the very end right before they start encrypting. They're trying to remove the recovery point. So I never want to guarantee how many days you need, but if you don't know that your data is being encrypted within a day or two, you're getting calls from the help desk from your boss. So usually that 14 days default is sufficient. We always want to have that individual conversation with you, but it's based around the encryption being the very last phase of the attack.
Fantastic. That's what we have.
Thanks everyone for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
All right, great presentation there from Pure. Thank you so much, Andrew and Scott. We are going to go to a poll question now, and the poll question says, what additional information would you like about the Pure Storage solution? And we'll just leave that up here for a moment and allow everyone some time to answer that. If you haven't done one of these poll questions before, it's right there in the slides window, and you just mouse over the option, or you can select multiple options in this case, that correspond to your answer. So I'll give everyone a moment to do that, and then we will be introducing our next presenter on the event. And while you're answering that poll, I also want to call your attention to the link in the handouts tab for Pure Storage. That'll actually bring you to the purestorage.com resources page, where you can view a video actually with Andrew from today's presentation and Eric, also from Pure Storage, where they talk about ransomware jail and how to make bail. I like the title of that one as well. So make sure you check out that link there in the handouts tab. All right, thank you everyone who responded to that poll question. Got a lot of good feedback. David out there in the audience said, great presentation. Eric said, Pure is my #1 favorite vendor with our company. Jason said, thank you to the Pure team. Otis said, great info. So lots of good feedback on that presentation. Thank you everyone for that feedback as well. And with that, it is time to introduce our next presenter on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Martin Crew, Director of Industry Solutions at Gigamon. Martin, are you there?
Indeed. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you for being on. Take it away.
You are very welcome. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for the introduction, and hello to everybody who's joining us on this Modernizing and Securing State, Local, and Education IT webinar. My name, as we've said, and as you can see, is Martin Crew. I'm responsible for what we call Industry Solutions at Gigamon, and that focuses very largely on government, public sector, both at the federal, the state, the local, and higher education level. And what I'm going to do today is take about 20 minutes to go through a very brief overview of our activity in these areas. So my agenda is to give you a little bit of an overview about who is Gigamon, for those of you not familiar with us. Then I'm going to talk about the issues that we're seeing in modernizing, securing state and local, and then focus a little bit more on the higher education. At the end of that, we'll talk again briefly about how Gigamon can help you get control of security, help you modernize the infrastructure, and then take Q&A. So here we go. A little bit about us. So for those of you not familiar with Gigamon, we're one of the leaders in what's called the network visibility and analytics market. So we provide full visibility into all the transactions crossing your network, whether it's in the data center, whether that data center is physical or virtualized, or in the cloud. We give you information, or we give you analytics onto everything on the network. We have been around for several years and have established a customer base of about 4,000 customers. They tend to be large organizations, so we have 83% of the Fortune 100. We have all 10 of the top 10 government agencies, and we also have many state, local, and higher education organizations. And the higher education organizations we have are actually on a global basis, not just in North America. A couple of things on this slide I want to call out. One is our customer satisfaction rating. This is something that we work extremely hard at, making sure our customers get great support, and that's reflected in that number. And then the other thing to call out is the number of patents we have. So this is obviously an area where there's been massive technological change over the last several years, and staying up with exactly what's happening in networking and security technology is very important. So it's a big challenge for organizations of all sizes. But we've risen to the challenge and have a total of 75 patents, and that's something that's growing all the time. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say about us. I'll return to a bit more about the product at the end of this presentation, but now I want to focus on the government and education market. So you've all heard the cliche over the last few weeks since the COVID-19 outbreak that this has been one of the great accelerants for digital transformation. So regardless really of whatever the industry you're in, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a major effect, but I think nowhere has that been more significant than in state, local, and higher education. So whether you agree with this statement that the next 5 years of digital transformation is going to happen in the next 5 months or not, it really isn't the point. The point is we all, I think, accept that this is fundamentally a game changer in the way that governments and higher education operate. So we're going to talk a little bit about that in more detail right now. So what we've seen from our state and local government customers is obviously a massive disruption. This is not an event that anybody had really planned for. I mean, there's obviously discussion of how much planning had gone into this, but at the state and local level, I think the answer is there was just not enough. Services are strained to breaking point. I mean, those of you who are involved in the delivery of services to citizens are very aware of this, and that citizen data is more at risk than ever before. The number of attacks on state, local, and higher education has risen significantly over the last several weeks as threat actors realize that organizations are very distracted, that as people have moved to work from home, there's a lot more vulnerabilities on the network. So that citizen data that we're all so focused on protecting is really at significant risk. Then obviously there's the budget uncertainties. You know, clearly we don't want to get political in this presentation, but this has become a bit of a football as to exactly how state and local are going to be funded moving forward. All kinds of ideas out there. Wherever you stand on the political spectrum, I think everybody agrees that at the core, state and local government is going to be in a funding crisis for the foreseeable future. Obviously, many local entities were already in something of a crisis. So this is something that's going to be exacerbated by the present situation and going to result in uncertainty for many, many years to come. What we're seeing IT organizations do in response to that, and really where we're helping, is in 4 areas, I would say. So the first is in terms of increasing security. So this is a very obvious initial response to the situation that we find ourselves in and the attacks that we find ourselves under. The first thing you really have to do is to ensure that you are able to secure both the citizen data and also government data across all of the environments that you're working in. And clearly, those environments have now changed. All state and local institutions have many generations of systems internally, and those systems have many different security models. With the move to things like work from home, stretching this even further, the number of vulnerabilities has increased very significantly. So one of the primary things that we've been engaged with our customers is looking at how they increase the security of all the data, regardless of where it is. The second thing that we've seen is a real focus on improving the security and the speed of online service delivery. Obviously, with the ability to offer state face-to-face services diminished, that burden has to be taken up by online systems. And those systems can't just be spun up overnight. You know, in many cases, those systems did exist, but to scale them out maybe from what was a pilot basis to something that's supporting millions, tens of millions of people is a very significant task. So the how of you do that is something that we've been very involved with state and local government in, particularly in areas like, you know, how do we scale the back end quickly? How do we move this to the cloud? How do we use containerized technology to scale very rapidly using systems like Amazon as a back end? And then how do you maintain security during that process? You know, one of the big issues as you move systems maybe from on-premise to the cloud, or from one cloud to another, or across multi-clouds, is how do you actually retain visibility into all the traffic across those environments? And obviously, maintaining visibility is the key to enabling security. So this is one of the big areas we've been very focused on. That kind of goes to the next bullet as well, which is maintaining visibility during cloud migration. Those of you who look at the analyst reports on what's happening now will be very aware that one of the big things people are looking to do is to assess which of their systems they can move to the cloud. And in terms of moving to the cloud, which route they want to choose. Do they want to buy SaaS-based solutions that are off the shelf, that they can quickly implement and quickly scale, where you're using an infrastructure like Zoom or WebEx or Microsoft Teams to enable very widespread video conferencing, for example? Or do you want to take existing custom systems that you've developed over the years and adapt them to run on cloud platforms like Amazon, like Azure, Google Cloud, whatever, to scale that way? Whichever way you go, you've got visibility issues because you don't have visibility into SaaS-based applications typically, and you can have visibility into cloud platforms, but it requires some thought and some engineering. And particularly as you migrate from one to the other, you've got to be very sure you don't lose visibility in that process. And then the final thing that we're working very hard with organizations on is this last point, which is optimizing budget and cost recovery. And there's a number of ways Gigamon can help organizations do that. For example, a lot of state and local governments are realizing that they need to upgrade their network infrastructures pretty significantly, and that can be a very costly task. One of the ways that we can help with that is we can actually extend the life of the existing tools on the network, because the Gigamon products is architected to support a number of different speeds. So we can work with tools that are designed to work at 1 gigabit, 10 gigabit, 40 gigabits per second, and we can help those migrate to 100 gigabit networks by essentially throttling back the traffic to those particular tools so they don't become overwhelmed by what's happening. So the existing tools that people are using on the network is something that we can often help re-life as people go through that process, and by doing that, help them save significant money. So those are some of the things that we've been seeing in state and local, and some of the ways that we've been working with customers to address some of the issues that they've got. I'd now like to look a little bit at higher education. And if state and local has been seriously disrupted, that's even more true for the higher education market. So really what we're seeing in higher education is disruption and challenge on an unprecedented scale. Organizations obviously had to close down physically. They had to relocate training from classroom to virtual environments in a matter of weeks, and the infrastructure to do that was something that most higher education institutions just simply did not have. Clearly, a lot of commercial higher ed organizations had this in place. In fact, it's been the backbone of their business model for a couple of years now. But for state and local, most people had not anticipated the need to make this move anywhere near as quickly as they had done. And resolving that is a very complex issue. So I was listening to Admiral James Stavridis the other day, who I'm sure most of you are aware that as well as being an admiral, he's also the dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts. And he was describing the discussions that he's seen there and on other campuses about what do we do, when do students come back, how do they come back, do we migrate completely to an online model? Do we use a mixed model? He described the complexities around that as being very much like a Rubik's Cube, that there were endless permutations, and that as soon as you try to lock one of those in, several other things changed in the process. So it's a very, very complex issue to address. Obviously, technology is at the core of how you are going to address it, because one of the things that I think is very clear is that all colleges are going to be moving to a mixed model of campus and distance learning. Exactly how that works out, when that works out, it's a state-by-state, institution-by-institution decision right now. Some of the schools, clearly California leading among them, have said, no, nothing for 2020. We're going to try and get students back on campus 2021. Other people are being much more aggressive, and they're looking at some pretty interesting models, like only have freshmen and seniors on campus or move to sort of shift systems. Whatever happens, technology is going to be at the heart of this, and is already at the heart of it, because clearly organizations have had to provide some level of distance learning capability already. So the ability to respond to that is a clearly major issue facing all of us. The data that these organizations hold is also more at risk than ever before. So we've seen a very significant step up of attacks on universities of all kinds, not just those universities that have a research capability. It's been well documented in the last couple of weeks that there are state actors who are going after universities, research institutions of all kinds involved in COVID-19 research. But beyond that, just the move to learning, distance learning, the move to work from home has massively increased the attack surface of all schools of all kinds, and they are under very sophisticated attack as we speak. Finally, the budget shortfall situation is something that's causing major consternation in this market and isn't going to be fixed anytime soon. Whether it's private institutions, whether it's institutions that relied heavily on sports programs for funding, whether it's grants and aids of any kind, it's just a very, very uncertain picture how this is going to play out in the next little while. So for those people in the audience in higher education, you do not need me to tell you that it's a very, very complex situation. What we're seeing right now with our customers in the higher education space, and these comments apply on a global basis, not just within North America, but we're seeing organizations really struggling to get visibility into the tools that they're using to support the distance learning model. I'll talk a little bit more about this as we go through the presentation. But for those organizations that haven't previously had large-scale implementations of tools like Zoom and WebEx, understanding the implications of those on the network has been a process of trial and error. And trying to get visibility into that and get ahead of any problems has been a significant one. The second thing is network upgrade costs are a really big issue. I mentioned this a little while ago in terms of state and local, but we've seen one of the clear concerns of universities being that you can play with the bandwidth to try and fix things like video conferencing to support many of the distance learning applications, the curriculums of online curriculum apps that are on the network. But just tinkering with that by trying to optimize that is not a long-term solution. The real solution is that you need to upgrade the network and often upgrade it very significantly. We can help with that. As I mentioned, we can do a lot in terms of extending the life of existing security and network tools. We can also ease that transition by ensuring people have complete visibility through the process as they upgrade their network speed. So there's a lot we can do in those areas. There's a lot we already are doing with institutions as they move to, at a minimum, 40 gigabit networks, and in most cases try and move to 100 gigabit networks. Third area of concern is obviously security, and this has been one huge area we've had a lot of activity in over the last few weeks. So as students migrate to studying from home and using distance learning technologies, typically they're using their own laptops, which they probably do at school as well, their own mobiles, again, probably do at school, but they're introducing the variable of the home networks. So as many of you are very aware, most home networks work on the basis that when the network's put in, you buy the modem, you buy a wireless router, you get them working, and then you just leave them alone. No one ever goes back and patches those things. So they represent significant points of vulnerability. So as people have moved to study from home, you've got, this matrix of laptop, mobile, and home network vulnerabilities, all of which need to be addressed, and you need to get visibility into all of those things. Fourth thing we've seen people very focused on is really a fallout of that, and that's looking at the performance of all the security tools on the network. Again, many security tools are geared to accept data coming in at a certain rate, with a massive increase in the amount of data that's now flowing over the networks. Many of those tools are just overwhelmed, and they are just not able to keep up with all the data. So there's very inconsistent application of the security that they're supposed to provide on the data that they're supposed to be securing. So one of the things we can do is we can use techniques like filtering, slicing, and also deduplication to make sure that tools, for a start, aren't looking at duplicate packets of data, which is a very common issue. Our studies often show that 53% plus of the data packets on a network are actually duplicated. So just off that one statistic, it's clear that many tools are working twice as hard as they actually need to. The other techniques we can use are things like filtering. So with filtering, we can actually look at traffic and decide what's safe, what's low risk, what's higher risk, and how that low risk and higher risk traffic needs to be processed. We'll talk a bit about that in a second when we start to talk about some specific use cases. To talk about 3 specific use cases that we're seeing in schools. Okay, so this is applicable to both schools and higher ed, but obviously schools may be more than state and local government right now. And that's the optimization of network visibility and performance, particularly around things like video conferencing apps. So with the move to using tools to support work from home and distance learning, network bandwidth is at an even greater premium than it's been before. So one of the big problems is getting visibility into all the data on the network with the increase in data. And there's a particular problem that we're seeing right now, which is around encrypted traffic. So clearly, most organizations are moving to use encryption as one of their primary security capabilities. Encryption, in most cases, is a really good solution, a really good way to do that. But it does bring complications and risks. One of the risks is that without adequate visibility into encrypted traffic, it could possibly be masking things like malware or other ransomware type things as part of its payload. So you need visibility into the traffic. You also, when you've got visibility into the traffic, need to understand the data that's being carried, need to understand whether sensitive data that maybe can't be shared with all applications, with all tools, and maybe needs to be masked. So maybe you've got information there around student IDs, maybe you've got information around citizen social security numbers, driving license numbers, whatever, and that needs to be masked. So that's one part of what we can do. So as well as ensuring overall visibility, we can ensure so granularity is applied to that so that only the information people should be able to view is shared with the tools, the applications that need to consume it. Second thing we can do is in terms of visualizing the information on the network. So we're able to use a product we have called Application Intelligence to do 3 key things. The first is to visualize all of the applications on the network. So we visualize the apps in terms of which is generating most traffic, and we do sort of a highest traffic analysis, and we can display that information in terms of a number of very easily digestible charts on a dashboard. So pie charts, charts that show spikes in traffic, and then also a table that shows you what the applications are that are running on the network that are generating most traffic and how they can be, how that traffic can be filtered. So we go from application intelligence visibility to application filtering. So we can look at all the applications that are generating traffic. We can say, all right, this traffic is safe traffic. This is traffic that we've looked at in the past, that we've said is safe. It does not need to go through all our security procedures. So for example, streaming traffic. So if you look at a traffic stream and you determine it's containing Netflix data, there really isn't a need to look at every packet of data in that stream. So we can categorize traffic as being no risk, low risk, high risk, with a much higher degree of granularity, but conceptually we can classify the data in that way. And then for each application or each group of applications, we can say, okay, everything that we've classified as being a social media application needs to go through this particular security route. And then we can use techniques we've got like flow mapping to automate that process. So again, using filtering, we can filter out traffic from tools that doesn't need to be inspected, reduce the traffic to those tools, and therefore increase their efficiency so that the traffic they do need to look at, they're much more accurate in their assessment of it. The final thing we can do is we can use a product called application metadata intelligence to actually look at the interaction of the application with the network. So for example, with video conferencing apps, we can look at things like what's the frame rate that's being delivered? Has the quality just dropped from high definition to standard definition? And then based on seeing signals like that, we can actually send alerts to people and drill into the issue and try and isolate the issue and respond to it and remediate the problem much more quickly. Okay, so those are a few ideas that we're working with customers to implement around network visibility and performance. Second area I want to discuss is sort of a specific problem that can be very time consuming for a lot of organizations, and that's working with TLS certificates. So as I mentioned, there's been a massive increase in encrypted traffic on the network. There's also been a trend towards reducing the validity dates of the certificates on the network. So you've got much more traffic and you've got much shorter validity period. So tracking what's expired, what's non-trusted, what's self-signed, etc., takes more and more time and becomes highly disruptive, particularly in an environment when people are already fighting fires on multiple fronts. So things that we can do that help organizations that work with certificates are, we can automatically identify certificates that are expired or are approaching their expiry date, or that are non-trusted. So rather than waiting for a problem to occur, we can get in front of it and identify issues where, or we can identify potential issues, alert people to those, and they can handle those problems so that there aren't issues with a certificate expiring and a service suddenly going offline. We can also do things like identify self-signed certificates. So those of you involved with this know that this is a problem, and that self-signed certificates are often an indicator of deeper security issues. So a couple of key things that we can do here to accelerate the process by automatically identifying expiries that are about to occur, automatically identifying certificates from non-trusted sources, and automatically identifying self-signed certificates, which could indicate bigger problems coming. Final thing I want to talk about in terms of specific use cases goes back to the security issue. So one of the things that we've all seen is that more and more threats, the attack surface has significantly increased in state, local, and higher ed. BOB at home is causing major problems. So how do you actually counteract that? Well, there's a couple of things. One is you need to make sure that your existing security is fully optimized. But secondly, you need to look at gaps in that security and ask yourself, are there actually better ways we could do this? So one of the products that Gigamon has is called Threat Insight. It's a SaaS-based product, so it can be stood up very, very quickly. And it uses a combination of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also human intelligence through an applied threat research team to work with customers to look at all of the potential threats hitting the network, assess the threats, prioritize the threats, and then those threats that are seen to be high risk, use artificial intelligence combined with human intelligence to address those. So again, particularly for organizations that are involved in research, this is an area where we've seen a lot of activity recently, a lot of interest in the Threat Insight product. I'd now like to just do 2 more slides and then we're through. So the first slide just generally talks about how we can help you. It talks about our architecture at a very, very high level. So clearly we're all in this environment where there are more devices, more applications than ever before on the network. You've got legacy applications that aren't going away and that need to be modernized. You've got devices on the network, whether they're medical devices, metered devices, sensor-based devices generating tons and tons of data. You've got to move to a cloud, which maybe means that you're looking at using containers and microservices, and those often have non-traditional security models that aren't easily managed. And then finally, the point of consumption for almost all data these days is the mobile device. And those have many particular characteristics, both at the performance level, the screen handling level, and at the level of security that you need to be aware of. All those devices and applications are working on a wider range of infrastructure than ever before. So obviously, the traditional model is the physical data center. Increasingly, data centers are moving to a virtual model, and also almost all organizations are using the cloud for either SaaS apps or to deploy larger at-scale apps themselves. So most organizations are now working with a fairly complex hybrid infrastructure. To manage that infrastructure, they have a very wide variety of performance and security tools. The average Gigamon customer, for example, has 20 different tools for managing the network. And those organizations that manage maybe multiple data centers, they'll have multiple instances of those tools. So you just have massive complexity, both in terms of the applications, the platforms, and the tools that manage them. What we do is we put an abstraction layer between those two. So we essentially provide a management platform for everything that is on the network, but it's physically abstracted from the connectivity, the data cable connectivity. So you can manage your network at a higher level using a drag and drop interface that makes it much, much easier to make changes on the network, to identify whether bottlenecks, whether are problems, and then to dive in and solve those problems. Specific things we do. So we talk about 3 things when we talk about Gigamon. One is run fast. And run fast doesn't just mean speed. It means the ability to adapt the network to new challenges, new needs, which we're all seeing right now in the government and higher ed market. It means the ability to scale and to deliver online services more quickly. So to be able to take applications that are maybe running on premises, work with DevOps teams to migrate those to the cloud, maintain visibility through that full life cycle, and then when they're in the cloud, maintain full visibility as they scale to whatever level they need to. Second thing we talk about is stay secure. So secure obviously has a number of aspects to it, but a couple I want to highlight here are securing the data. So clearly this is a critical issue for people in this market, and we make sure that the data as it travels across the network stays secure. As I mentioned, we use techniques like masking to ensure that as data traverses the network, it isn't subject to vulnerability of people being able to hack into a data stream and see the information in full view. Secondly, we're able to enhance existing security procedures by making the tools more efficient, and we can reinforce them by adding SaaS-based capabilities like our Threat Insight tool and also centralized decryption for SSL and TLS capabilities. And then finally, the optimization capability. So this is around not just optimizing tools, but optimizing teams. Because if you can help the tool operate better, you can help the team operate better. And we understand how tight resources are for most IT teams in state, local, and higher ed right now. So anything we can do in that area is a big help. And we can also, as I mentioned a couple of times, help optimize against budget by extending the life of tools so that when you do upgrade the network, for example, you don't have to buy a complete new tool set. So those are a few of the key things that we're seeing within the markets that we're discussing today, with some of the things that we're seeing our customers do, and a couple of the ways that we're able to help out. So what I'm going to do now is to say thank you very much for your attention, and I am going to open up the question panel and see if we've got any questions.
Yeah, great presentation, Martin.
Thank you.
We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll for the audience that says, what additional information would you like about the Gigamon solution? So I think we just have time for a couple quick questions. Let's see, first question I wanted to ask you came in, and they're saying, what can Gigamon do to help us with compliance?
Okay, so Gigamon is not a compliance solution. We do not store data at all. So we can work in conjunction with compliance systems. So essentially our role in ensuring compliance is ensuring that while the data is traversing the network, that it is compliance with all regulatory standards. So we do that. So I'm not specifically aware of what compliance regulations there are in state and local, but for example, we're SOX compliant, we're HIPAA compliant. So again, ensuring compliance of data while it is traversing the network is our role in the compliance equation.
Okay, good point there. And then another question they're asking, can Gigamon give us visibility to traffic in the public cloud?
In the public cloud, so yes is the answer. We can provide the full capability we have with on-premise data or virtual data is available in the public cloud. So we're supporting Amazon, we're supporting Azure, we're supporting GCP with the same level of capability we have for all of our other data sets. And we can do it across everything, because obviously most organizations these days have a hybrid infrastructure covering, often public and private cloud, as well as on-premise. So yes, we've got the full capability there.
Got it. Okay, excellent. Well, I think that's all the time we have for our live Q&A. I think there's a couple questions still for you there, more technical questions maybe in the questions panel. But excellent presentation again, and thank you for being on.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much, and hope everyone enjoys the rest of today's presentation.
Thank you, Martin. For more information on Gigamon, check out the link there in the Handouts tab. That'll take you to the Gigamon website where you can learn more. And with that, it's time for our first Amazon $500 gift card giveaway. That's going to Alan Hilligos from Texas. Congratulations, Alan Hilligos from Texas. We'll reach out to you to deliver that prize. All right, now it's time for our next presentation on the EcoCast. Today, I'm excited to welcome Micah Wilson, Public Sector Solutions Engineering Manager at Duo. Micah, are you there?
I am present.
Thank you for being on the event today. Take it away, Micah.
Great. Well, thank you everyone for joining today, and glad to have you in your solaces from home or wherever you are today. And today I'm going to be talking about Duo Security. We are a fully owned subsidiary of Cisco Systems, a company that you're probably familiar with. And today we will be covering the topic of federal compliance and what those spillover items are into state, local, and education organizations. So you can see here our title, and we will just jump right in. Our agenda today will be covering the general word salad of compliance, because quite a bit has changed in in the normal mumbo jumbo of letters that you'll see come from the federal government. It's very hard at the state, local, and education level to pay tight attention to those items. The experts tend to be in the industry, and so we at Duo spend a lot of time mining those pieces of information. And I, in my particular role as the manager for public sector, which includes federal, state, local, and education, I get to sit in a nice magical spot that is a little bit masochistic when it comes to kind of translating what those qualifications are. So the goal there being to become a bit of a trusted advisor to the SLED community by translating a lot of those federal policies. Now, the reason that that's important very specifically right now is that much has changed, was changing in the last year with the introduction of some new policies, and then has been drastically accelerated by work from home. And so we'll cover some of what the history was that caused those changes and where we are today. And then finally, I'll speak specifically to Duo Security as a security as a solution company. But I'll go ahead and kind of, give you the general overview of what Duo Security does as a solutions as a security company. We do something that's very simple. We actually step into any authentication process immediately after that primary authentication has been completed. And that could be smart cards, that could be a username and password. It could be, even as we lean into the future, passwordless. And look for the ability to provide a secondary factor of authentication to prove that the user is who they say they are, hence the name Duo. And that's, Duo never needs to own your primary identity, and we never need to know your primary password. We're always going to be stepping in right after that primary auth has happened, and then I'll discuss more about what else we can do as we pause that auth process as we move along here. So let's jump right in. The word salad of compliance. You can see here I've just kind of a little bit of a word cloud with some of the things that you likely have fall to your plate, especially as things like federal dollars start to flow into state, local, and education. We're seeing that they're also starting to raise the bar for compliance to interface with the federal government. This has historically been the case in law enforcement. So think FBI requirements for CJIS, those types of things where big words like FIPS or NIST or these types of policies kind of push down into those environments. And then, you get into the high level stuff that the government actually is responsible for from the federal level themselves. I do run across, it seems to be about 50-50 that people actually know that the federal government grades themselves against what they call a FSMA report card. And those FSMA report cards are tied to performance increases. So think, your cybersecurity grade as a federal employee, as you're interfacing with a lot of these different SLED agencies and things like that, it's important to them to make sure that a breach isn't in their future, because it really is tied to their personal bottom line as they're kind of going through and working with these agencies. So it's one carrot and maybe even a little bit of a stick that gets pushed down to make sure that there is compliance where these connectors exist. We're also seeing the realization at the state and local level as well that the need for cybersecurity legislation is super important. And as a derivative of a lot of the work that's being done by the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, a lot of that documentation is being brought from NIST into the state and local areas. And really, the need to not reinvent the wheel on these policies is actually pretty important. It's good to actually have a body that is providing this type of guidance that can be translated in. And then, as you can see here on my slide, cyber legislation from 2019. This is an article from January of 2020 that just basically is introducing that each individual state is providing their own guidance and cybersecurity related legislation, but that's all being derived from higher levels of guidance. And so Duo as a company was designed and happened to actually fall very well with a lot of these recommendations for how NIST was proceeding to move into the future. So something else very specifically changed this past year there was a policy that was called DFARS, and basically these are a series of documents that are called FARs that are how state, local, education, and then defense integrators actually partner with large portions of the federal government. And in that world, the DFARS requirements were pretty vague. They were basically a requirement that security policies be written around how a company, agency, body, government at the state, local level manages their controls along those policy lines. But those were rewritten this past year into a new model that was called the Cybersecurity Maturity Model. And there is also a certification. So the biggest thing that changed is that the previous DFARS requirements were self-attestation, and the new CMMC model will actually have auditing, and it spooked a lot of people along the lines of how their controls are built and how they're being managed. And so to that end, you're probably seeing some scrambling around in your IA groups about how to handle some of the federal policies that are changing, or even just understanding what those are. So all of that basically just leads us into, the mumbo jumbo of letters, the technical cyber soup, all of the changing policies, confusion everywhere. And to kind of understand even a little bit more about why the confusion exists, I do have one slide here that talks a little bit more about not just where we are today, but where things were kind of for general types of users over the last, well, let's call it 20 years. And you'll see here an evolution of multi-factor authentication. And I showcase this because most people, if they have heard of Duo Security, think of Duo as just a company that provides this multi-factor. So like I stated at the top of the call, you log into something, Duo pauses that process and gives you the ability to identify yourself as that person by doing some sort of multi-factor event. You probably see some of that in your personal lives now with banking or some other websites, maybe even social media, where you receive some sort of code or a text message or a phone call back. But what Duo has done is created a product that can actually come in as a security as a solution company and provide that to an enterprise across every application. What I'm showcasing here is your personal life, the private sector, and then the public sector, and the ability for those and the history of how we ended up where we did with how multi-factor was brought into those industries. So in our personal lives, basically cloud drove that. We needed to make sure that people weren't going to have our bank cleared out. And then skipping over private sector to public sector, state, local, education, federal, there were a lot of breaches circa 2004 that created a policy that was called Homeland Security Presidential Directive 12, which created this need for smart cards at the federal level. And cloud and mobile fundamentally broke how smart cards were used roughly in the last 5 years. And to that end, new policies were needed and new ways to modernize the technology for multi-factor, for the ability to identify who the people were, to be given credentials and so on and so forth, and then how to federate those credentials came out in the NIST 863.3 series. Now, in the private sector, what we saw is that people moved to tokens or some sort of phone multi-factor, following along the lines of what became called in the industry, let's call it 5 years ago, Google Beyond Corp, which actually became the initial framework for what you're hearing called in the industry now Zero Trust Networking. And what you'll see in this chart is where you have the Google Beyond Corp, the G and Shield, and then the NIST 863.3. Those are very similar in their authorship. They're very similar in the types of authenticators that are brought to the table. So think smartphones being used, but without text messaging or SMS, rather the ability to send a push notification to the end user to an app for end-to-end encryption to be able to approve that. And I'll showcase what that looks like here shortly, but just understanding kind of this history. If you think back, to 2006, 2007, where we are in authentication is kind of where we were back in 2006 with Wi-Fi. It was one of those things that everybody understood needed to be part of the system. but it was complicated to get it in and get it deployed securely, and then also to prevent people bringing in their own and kind of cramming them in conference rooms for convenience. The ability to retrofit an existing application today was fairly complicated, and especially with normalizing how you were going to handle multi-factor or additional policies for endpoints that were logging into these cloud-based applications, or even routers, networks, switches. If you wanted to have one monolithic way to get everybody into a system, that really didn't exist until Duo came around. And kind of the key example that I've been giving lately about how that works is, say if you wanted to use your car key fob that you use to push the button to start your car to also sign into your email account, or the account that you sign into in order to be able to, get into your Alexa, which is going to be funny because she's going to answer me. Probably a bad example. So yeah, if you wanted to turn that token into a multi-token, then you needed something like a Duo security that in essence becomes a cloud middleware tying users to authenticators. So let's talk about what that looks like. I'm going to kind of skip this for time right now. Yeah. So as an organization, do you have these requirements? Basically is where we sit. Am I an organization that is going to require some sort of federal compliance that I need to quickly and easily tie users to some sort of multi-factor device? Am I dealing with Treasury, IRS? Am I dealing with any sort of aid? Am I sharing information with law enforcement? Do I have labs that are doing government research? Am I part of an institute that has federal tax dollars that are coming in? Do I have requirements like FIPS in that mumbo jumbo? Or am I very specifically being given requirements for 863, DFARS, or the CMMC? And if the answer is yes to any of these, or the answer could be yes in the future, then by taking steps with Duo Security, in essence, by doing something that is a business best practice, by adding multi-factor authentication, you now can start placing yourself into immediate government compliance with a product that is, like I said, just a general best practice. So what we're seeing is this trend now from the federal government to move away from the original HSPD 12 documentation that came out in 2004 with the smart cards to this concept of zero trust. Anywhere, anytime, from any device, if you can actually meet certain levels of compliance as you authenticate, then we can actually trust that it really is you on the right device that we want you to come into that application from a location that we want you to come from, so things like geofencing. And you can do that by using a simple Duo integration as a subscription service to a company that provides that as a security package. So what do you get when you're building to zero trust? What does this zero trust term mean? And it's fairly complicated. You'll hear different people talk about it, but the way Duo talks about zero trust security is establishing trust. And that is done in several steps. So confirming the user identity is really probably the most important step number one, and that can be done through a multi-factor event. And when I say multi-factor event, that is, I put in a username and password into a website, or I authenticate with some sort of token, and then you must do something else. So that's the classic something you are, something you know, something you have. The kind of the three steps of multi-factor that also include, basic biometrics as well, since we all have biometric readers on our phone these days. And then kind of moving up the steps while we pause that ability to let the user complete that multi-factor event without adding agents, we can start to gain access visibility into the health of the devices that are being used to access the information. And further, in step 3, we can actually ensure that the device is not only secure, but meets our standard policy. So if the device is secure and updated, but we also want to have a pin lock on that device that receives a push notification to complete a multi-factor event, then we can enforce that policy. If the phone is not pin locked, then we basically say, no, that device can't be used as an authenticator. You're going to have to use something else like a token with a 6-digit code, or you're going to have to, complete that some other way. And then contextual policies. Where you are. So things like geofencing, like I don't want Micah to sign in while he is in Europe on his commercial device, but Micah may also then have, while in Europe, his personal device and still be able to check email. I'm still going to use the same multi-factor event, the same authenticators, but I'm going to be able to have contextual policies about where I am in the universe, as well as other things like health of device, time of day, so on and so forth, and then secure access to all applications. So basically taking that same 1 through 4 step concept and making sure you're not building stovepipes with different ways of handling multi-factor kind of across the board. So what this means for state, local, and education is that by starting with Duo to complete multi-factor for all of your applications, because that's kind of our claim to fame, the ability to integrate and use Duo in any type of interactive environment. So, you know, think SSH into a server or a web application. If we don't have a graphical environment, we'll use a text-based driven environment to allow the user to interact and select which way they want to complete that multi-factor event, while also completing that health assessment. But in short, by using Duo today with your existing federal requirements to interface with the government, or should you fear or feel that you might have future requirements, then Duo has the ability to basically say, hey, we're meeting the federal requirements at the highest level for things like continuous diagnostics and monitoring, which is a big buzzword. We're also meeting all of the necessary FIPS requirements for end-to-end encryption. Those have been built into our product suite from the get-go. We were purposely designed to be able to meet very high standards for HIPAA compliance, you know, anything to do with proof of sales and PCI compliance, as well as, you know, these higher level federal government standards. Rather than having to, you know, go back and try to do original HSPD 12 stuff with your environment with, you know, one-time tokens that might work for 1 or 2 applications, but not the rest, or even going so far as to roll out, you know, super complex PKI authenticators. So what does it look like when you use Duo? Duo gives you the ability, like we mentioned before, to confirm the user identity. And that's going to typically be accomplished by, like I said at the top of the call, you insert your username and password, you complete that event successfully. We take the username from that successful authentication to our service and look for associated authenticators. And then the user can choose what is convenient to them to complete that multi-factor event from the authenticators that they have enrolled. That could be the Touch ID on a Mac. That could be approving a push notification to the Duo app on their smart device. That could be any number of different authenticators, and we'll have in our collateral, you know, kind of a listing of the different types of authenticators that you can use. But that allows us to strongly confirm that that user is who they say they are. The next thing is basically giving access into those devices that are being used to access the information. So the type of device that the user is coming from, whether or not it's a managed device or a non-managed device. So if it's a BYOD device, we might want to provide lesser amounts of access, so we can actually identify whether it's an enterprise-owned device through a service that we call Trusted Endpoint. But then we're you know, solidly in a position to see during that pause for multi-factor what device that they're on, where they're coming from, you know, whether or not they should have access. And even if they have valid credentials, we can deny them access if they don't meet all of the postures that we want them to meet. And then finally, ensuring the device security. And so we find that with things like crypto lockers and things like that, that most of the time whenever somebody gets hacked, that it's generally just because it's not been updated in a while. So we can check the device that's accessing the information. We can check the devices that are being used as authenticators to make sure that they meet the health. So if you're using a smartphone and you haven't updated it in forever, you're not running a screen lock or Face ID or something of that nature, then we can stop the process. Always while communicating to the end user what is happening, so that we spend a ton of time on making sure that the end user has the ability to understand why they are being blocked from a resource, and giving them the ability to self-remediate if they are blocked from that resource, so that you're not getting crushed at your help desk level. So I am going to just spend 2 minutes here. I'm going to click the share screen button and see if this works magically. So I'm just going to give 2 quick examples of a login. So very, very specifically, as I mentioned, this is a username and a password. If this were the incorrect password, that I would just be returned to the password screen over and over again. If you have any lockouts or anything like that, that would happen just like normal. Only after you complete a successful authentication are you paused by Duo. This is a graphical example, and I'm not going to have time to show a text-based example today, but the user here can select from the different devices that they have registered. They can self-manage the devices that they have registered, or you as an administrator can remove from them the ability to self-manage their devices. In this case, we have the ability to do a phone callback, enter a one-time passcode that's either generated from the Duo app or from a token, but our most recommended methodology is to send a push. A Duo push goes to the Duo app on a smart device, gives you context around who logged in, where they came from geographically, the ability to approve or deny. If they say deny, we can report it as fraudulent. This will set off bells and whistles in your knock or SOC. The user got this at dinner, it wasn't them, or they can back out gracefully and say it was a mistake. If the user does not do anything, then it will be denied access. We can feed all of that to your, any type of SIEM that you've got floating around out there like SPLUNK or anything like that. We've got some pre-built connectors. If the user approves, then they'll be returned to the authentication workflow and put into the application. I do like to showcase right here that, if we get back to flying and you buy the expensive Wi-Fi for your laptop, but you don't want to buy it for your phone, we can actually generate one-time passwords that are FIPS compliant out of the Duo app to use rather than carrying around a token. You'll probably have your phone with you and probably forgot your token at home anyway. But just also showcasing the ability to manage policy at the time of login. If I log in and my browser is a little out of date, and that's a policy that's important to me as an enterprise, that I can let the user self-remediate. But any given day that I blow through this and say, hey, listen, I'm going to go ahead and approve myself. I'm going to remind the user and say, hey, listen, these are the things that you should probably do to take care of this. But if they choose to skip that day, we'll still put them into the workflow unless we make it a hard policy, at which point we'll show a little sad face, hearken to an emotion, force them to read, and then force them to remediate, which they can do on their own. So that's just a quick example of what Duo can do for basically any application that you have across the board. And in doing so, putting yourself in a situation where you are meeting the minimum standards, at least, if not the highest standards for what is being put out for the federal government right now to interface with the federal government. And also understanding that if you're skating to where the puck is, this is where they're going. The memorandums of understanding for the federal government that are in place now very specifically call out this type of modern authentication in order to be able to handle a mobile or work from home workforce. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen and return to the webinar here and bounce to the thank you. I really appreciate everyone's time today, and I'll hand it to the moderator for questions.
Absolutely, yeah, great presentation. Really love the live demo. Thank you for taking time to do that. We do have some questions for you from the audience. While we do that, I'll just bring up this poll, and I want to call everyone's attention to it. It says, what additional information would you like about the Duo security solution? So let's see, there's a number of questions that have come in here. And the first one I wanted to ask you about is right here. So is Duo Push FIPS compliant?
So the Duo Push is FIPS compliant. We do have a link to our knowledge base. Duo actually has two editions. We have an edition that is our commercial edition, and we have an edition that's called FedRAMP, which is a GSA compliant edition that basically says that the government can use it without having to do additional authority to operate work. And so in both editions, though, all ciphers where any AES has been used, we have gone through the effort of getting NIST to validate that we are indeed using FIPS. So for all customers, state, local, education, federal, there is a product that will fit that meets the FIPS requirement.
Okay, nice. Jonathan's asking, how do you secure a phone device besides the PIN lock?
So we can do PIN lock. We can also require encryption at rest be turned on that device. So iPhones are natively encrypted if you have put a PIN on them, so by enforcing the PIN lock. Android phones, that oftentimes has to be turned on by the user. And so by setting a requirement to do that, we'll provide instructions to the user whenever they choose to try to receive a push notification. So, and then also the device as an authenticator, PIN lock, we also can send a push that requires the biometric that's enrolled in the smart device to be used to approve the push notification. So not only do you need to know how to get into the device, but you also must provide a biometric to approve that push notification. So kind of three ways: by protecting the device, and then also that runtime situation where somebody steals your phone out of your hand while it's unlocked and takes it and keeps it unlocked while having somebody else log in. I mean, it's a corner case for sure, but by requiring that biometric instead of just clicking the approve button, it adds an extra layer of security for any race conditions wherein somebody might have compromised the device.
Okay, nice. Nice. Another question Jonathan's asking, can you incorporate other factors such as fingerprint or face recognition in addition to token access? I think you answered that, but just to double check, is that true? You can?
Yes, we can. And not only can we do that, we can do it application by application. So with our Access Edition, which gives you the policy engine, you can go in and define which application that you'll use Duo on, and then set individual policies for each application. So, you know, your cafeteria menu probably doesn't need a biometric, but, you know, your crown jewel application, it might be nice. And especially if you're in the federal government, wherein you're, you know, think about cool things like I pull up to a gate, I'm going to show the gate app to the guard, and they're going to scan a QR code, and then you know, that phone was issued to me with my fingerprint enrolled at the time I got it from the government, and so I could scan my fingerprint. So I just enabled real-time biometrics at the entrance to the gate by using my phone like I get on an airplane, you know, with a boarding code. So yes, any application, and really any application, even in physical space, can be retrofitted to use biometrics by using Duo as that cloud-based middleware.
Nice, nice. Let's see, you got some great feedback from Joe out there in the audience, said that they've used Duo, never had any trouble. Every Duo did such a fine job. And now his wife works for another institution, and they're using Duo as well. So great to hear that.
Cool. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah. Valerie also said, she said, we need Duo in New York City. Good feedback there. Thank you. Let's see. Another question. Rodney's asking, can Duo integrate with products like Citrix NetScaler Gateway for additional authentication?
Yes, we can. So I'll give everyone on the call a quick cheat sheet. If you have questions about your applications, you can go to duo.com/docs, DOCS. So batched there in different types of things like VPN and then also like Microsoft are all of the different applications, and it's the literal step-by-step method for how to do the integration for named integrations. Then we also have generic Radius, LDAP integrations, and a web SDK. So the NetScaler one that's being specifically asked for is on that page by name. You can jump in, there's a short video, and then the step-by-step instructions on how you do it. There's a free trial button in the top right-hand corner, and I jokingly tell people this is the type of stuff that it's an afternoon and a Red Bull to set up.
Okay, I like that. All right, well, Micah, it looks like that's all the time we have for our live Q&A session, but there's at least a half dozen questions there for you in the electronic queue. If you don't mind checking those out, I'm sure the audience would appreciate it. Again, great presentation and demo. Thank you for being on.
Yep, appreciate it all. Thank you.
Thank you to Duo for supporting today's event. Check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. That is the Duo Federal Agency Telework Guide. It's got a lot of info in there that you'll want to check out. And with that, it is time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Brett Foy, Global Vice President for Sales Engineering at Datrium. Take it away, Brett.
Hey, thank you, David. I appreciate it. I'm very excited to be here today. Today, we're going to be talking about modernizing IT to help protect state, local, and educational organizations from ransomware and disasters. As mentioned, my name is Brett Foy. I'm a global VP here at Datrium, been here a couple of years. Looking forward to some Q&A at the end of the conversation today, and if we miss any of your Q&A, feel free to reach out or hit our website. That being said, let's jump in. So who is Datrium? Now, you may not have heard about us before. I would start with that Datrium is a cloud data services company. We solve a couple of specific problems, one of which is the focus on disaster recovery by leveraging native VMware solutions in the data center and the cloud, which helps from both DR and from ransomware. And we've been helping our clients modernize their data centers with a leading DHCI solution for the last 5 years. It's interesting that we've been bringing this product to market for the last 5 years, where we've looked at combining primary storage, backup, disaster recovery, security, and data mobility into a single platform, which we've been helping lots of folks with, and how we've been able to extend that to the public cloud from a disaster recovery perspective. I'll hit both of those pieces today, but we're really going to focus on the DR to start. So disaster recovery is traditionally a very complex topic. We know that people are very interested in strong and fast recovery time objectives, how quickly they can resume operations. We know that data loss or the lack of data loss is important, so how do we minimize recover point objectives? Based on what's happening in the world today, how can we help people recover from ransomware? But quite frankly, how can we make it easy? Those are the goals, but we know it's always been hard. Typically, when you see somebody building a disaster recovery solution, they're buying twice as much equipment, half of which will be used. They have to have multiple sites. It's multiple platforms. It's multiple tiers. It's multiple vendors. It's expensive and it's complex. And especially in SLED, sometimes that's hard to find from a budget perspective. But even if you get the funding and you implement the solutions, what you find when you go to test disaster recovery is that it's often unreliable. Even if you are testing, it probably won't work. A failover test weekend is probably a failover troubleshooting weekend. And that's to nobody's fault, just things change. Networks change, servers change, IP addressing changes, things stop replicating. Ultimately, it's hard to implement and it's untested and unproven to work. And lately, we've seen many vendors bring solutions to market for cloud. A lot of those are science projects. How will those work at scale? How will those work from an RPO, RTO perspective? We think we can help solve some of these challenges. Now, when I think about SLED specifically, having sold to these SLED organizations for the last 15 years, what I've typically found is there's limited budget. There's limited budget, complex budgetary and approval processes. Buying multiple point solutions and investing in everything ×2 is often not possible. Longer refresh cycles, you got to pick the right platform because you might be stuck on it for 5 or 7 years from a cost perspective and ability to refresh. Lately, over the course of the last 18 to 24 months, we've seen time and time again that ransomware is just an evil, insidious thing. And for some reason, the SLED organizations are prime targets, and that's very painful. And ultimately, you've probably got a small team. It is just what it is, 2 or 3 folks that have to know everything about everything and don't have the ability to become experts on a lot, and they're expected to do more with less over and over again. These are the challenges that we've seen that when we talk to our clients, when we talk to our prospects, we're trying to solve. How do we do that? Well, when we get to the disaster recovery piece, I'm going to talk about this bolded bullet point at the bottom here, the convergence of disaster recovery and backup. And that helps us get the ease of use disaster recovery solution. And if you think about the history of data protection, all the way back to tape, with trucks and offsite recovery, or disk-based replicated backup solutions, or hybrid DH or HCI backup solutions with live mount restores, or even today's all SaaS backup solutions, what they all have in common is that they are backup solutions. Data gets backed up, put on a medium in the data center or the cloud, and in the event of a disaster, the data must be restored, hydrated. In cloud, it must be converted to run in a native cloud operating system. Our perspective, the Lowe box, is what Datrin brings to market, a true software as a service solution that converges backup. So I can have data from any point in time that I've ever backed up. But I combine that with disaster recovery, which gives me a very easy recovery process that is native to VMware, native to the VMware cloud, but done in a cost-effective manner. By combining backup with disaster recovery, I can recover my disaster from any point in time ever protected, maybe before the ransomware infection happened, and I can do it instantly, literally in minutes, to the VMware cloud without having to restore anything, move any data, or hydrate any data, or convert any data. So that's kind of the magic that we're talking about, and that is impossible to combine those attributes if you don't think about a single platform that can tackle both backup and disaster recovery. Now, how do we have the credibility to speak to that? These 5 gentlemen are the founders of Datrin, 2 of which helped write the original ESX hypervisor, 3 of which founded and built Data Domain from nothing to what EMC bought many years later. And ultimately, the gentleman on the right actually helped patent the snap and replicate capabilities that have become kind of standardized from a disaster recovery perspective across many technology platforms. We've taken the data science of data protection, data duplication, data encryption, data invulnerability, immutable storage. We've combined that with the hypervisor in the data center, and then we've combined that with data replication and recovery to create the SaaS solution. So when I think about what we're doing, we have been doing for a while, and we've just announced some major changes to this and new capabilities in the last couple of weeks, is how can you take the primary data center, whether you're running on Daydream DHCI, which I will introduce, or you're running on anybody's storage. What if you were already running in the cloud on a native VMware platform? How can I take any of those platforms, get my data to the cloud, create full synthetic backups, and immediately make them presented from any point in time to the public cloud, leveraging VMware Cloud on Amazon? That's what we do, and it works. It's proven. We have many customers, many references, many use cases. Now, how do we leverage the VMware Cloud on Amazon, which is typically more of an expensive investment? We do make it cost-effective. We make it cost-effective by creating a very simplified software as a service architecture. We provide cloud backup that provides instant RTO to an on-demand VMware Cloud data center, from which I can do any point in time I've ever backed up, including ransomware recovery, including, here's a new concept, full-time compliance checking. I'll give you an email every 30 minutes telling you that your disaster recovery plan will work if you execute it. And if you execute a failover test, or a failback, you'll get a compliance report that you can hand to your state or local auditors. And it's ultimately intended to be plug and play. When we say plug and play, we mean potentially no hardware in your data center, software solution only, connected to an on-demand pay-as-you-use VMware Cloud, where you are not investing in servers, you're not investing in data centers, you're investing in a solution that allows you to push a button, consume resources, push another button, and stop consuming resources. That's a pretty exciting set of technologies, especially considering any storage native to disaster recovery VMware through the entire solution, fail over to the cloud, fail back to the data center. Now, it all starts with our disaggregated hyperconverged, or DHCI solution. This is what I mentioned we've been shipping for 5+ years. This is the basis for our IP. So very quickly, to introduce the Daydream DHCI technology, I'm going to talk about some of the benefits of our software-defined storage. To start with, you can leverage any host, new or old, existing or not. I can scale 1 to 128 hosts, and unlike HCI, every host is stateless. Their job is to serve applications, not protect storage. Those hosts will leverage local flash, SSD, or NVMe to provide ultra-low latency reads, typically well under a millisecond, while every single host can provide 100,000 or more IOs per second per server, and I get deduplicated storage. So I get a 10x storage capacity performance over other HCI solutions. How does this all work? Well, the DVX software itself is our software-defined storage hyperdriver. And what it is doing is presenting an NFS data store to the virtual machines to store data on a global namespace with full data deduplication, encryption, compression, erasure coding, fingerprinting, a lot of good data science things. Now, I mentioned that the servers themselves are stateless. That's because in a disaggregated hyperconverged architecture, we scale performance at the performance tier separately from storage at the storage tier. So there are storage appliances that are persistent. They're HA, 5 nines, maybe 6 nines, depends on your deployment mechanism. These systems can scale from a single data node with 30 terabytes of capacity to more than 2 petabytes of capacity when I scale it out, and a single namespace with no storage management, taking advantage of deduplication, compression, erasure coding, all of those things to make sure that data is persistent and always highly available. And part of that is we built in data protection, millions of snaps, thousands of virtual machines, instant backups from any point in time, instant restores from any point in time. And if I have instant backup and instant restore, say, for example, on a 15-minute RPO that I might keep for a day or two, I can actually get my data back from a ransomware infection literally within minutes, which we have seen customers do in the state and local education world. Ultimately, the DVX software-defined hyperdriver gives you the durability of the traditional 3-tier SAN, more of the simplicity of traditional HCI, and a mixed workload use case that drives tremendous performance with tremendous storage efficiencies with great security built in. So why do I talk about DHCI? Well, one, that can help modernize data centers. It could help you consolidate 3 or 4 tools in a data center to a single tool. Now, if we take the technology that we've been talking about and positioning for our organizations that we support over the last 5 years, and we extend that to the public cloud. I'm not going to go too deeply in this today, but let's think about a production site where you're running anybody's storage, you're running data from DHCI, and we're effectively providing cloud backup to the public cloud with our orchestration software, so that when and if a disaster happens and your data center goes down, or maybe it's an Amazon VMware Cloud that goes down because of an availability zone issue, we will turn on a VMware SDDC for you. This is a VMware Cloud that is single tenant just for you. We will turn it on. We will live mount NFS to our S3 data store, and we will, through that one quick failover, operate in the cloud while your data center is down. Yes, we're providing NFS capacity off of S3, off of an EC2 instance, with S3 behind it, for live recovery of virtual machines to fail over and then run in the VMware cloud. That's something that's never been done before. In fact, there are no other vendors in the world that have the ability to actually connect an NFS mount from a VMware data center in the cloud to other cloud storage. Now, after you've been running there for a while and the disaster is resolved, wouldn't it be nice to very easily be able to go back to the data center? Well, that's also a one-click failback. The disaster is recovered, the disaster is resolved, we push the button, we take the change blocks only, and we bring those change blocks back to the data center with full security, full data deduplication, full compression. It is the best way to get to the public cloud and back. Quite frankly, when we fail over to the cloud, I mentioned it's an instant restart. We present any VM from any point in time that it's ever been protected and just turn it on, register it into the vCenter, and run. So during the disaster, you're just leveraging vCenter. When the disaster is over, the data goes back with no conversions, no rehydrations, minimum downtime, minimum egress cost to recover your data center and continue running. And when you fail back, we turn off the VMware cloud, we stop billing. A true on-demand cloud solution, pay as you use, don't pay when you don't, exactly how the public cloud should be consumed. All right, so Datrium does have deep experience in the SLED. From the perspective of some clients we've helped in the education organization, we save them time and money. We replace both primary storage and their legacy VM backup solutions. We improve their RTO from 1 week into hours across data centers. And we gave them their RPO from a single daily backup, in this case, to a 1 hour RPO, because that was the frequency with which they backed up and replicated their capacity. They could have been more aggressive. From a state perspective, we've helped organizations, one specific organization on the West Coast, where they've reduced their total cost of ownership by consolidating 4 different products: backup products, security products, replication products, storage products, all tied together in one, working with VMware. Massive reduction in annual cost. For a larger state organization with a many $million-dollar budget, that's a huge, huge change. From a county perspective, thinking about a distributed infrastructure supporting mission-critical county services, 911 call systems, and whatnot, we help them reduce their storage management to 0. As storage requirements grow, it's harder to manage. There's no more IT administrators being added. There's no more budget for storage. There's no more time to run storage. So let's reduce the management to 0. Let's help accelerate the ability to create and manage VMs. Let's get great data reduction with encryption, with compression, with deduplication, encryption through its entire data lifecycle with great cost efficiencies. And this last one is an example of a city in the Midwest that we helped where they were hit by ransomware after they were on Datrium. They've lost their Active Directory, everything was down. We were able to help them recover from a point in time within hours from before the ransomware encryption event to the point that they were able to recover their entire system and get their operations back up and running in 2 days. They didn't lose data, they didn't go back in time, they didn't have to recreate data, they weren't down for weeks, and most importantly, they did not pay a ransomware Bitcoin infection fee. And even if you do pay the Bitcoin, which is highly not recommended by any industry watchers or law enforcement organizations, all you get is a key. Your systems aren't clean, they're not restored, the malware is not removed. It doesn't really help to pay. So if you have Datrium, you won't have to pay, because if you leverage Datrium and our capabilities, then you're going to be able to recover very quickly. These are some quotes from some of our customers, high schools, county organizations, transportation organizations, different city utilities, different cities themselves across the country. In many places we're using these. These are public case studies. We also have a great Gartner Peer Index rating, 4.9 out of 5, with many recent organizations talking about the simplicity and the benefits of deploying the Datrium solution. So to summarize, as we kind of wrap things up here towards the end, and I appreciate everybody's attention today, I am looking forward to questions. What are we providing? Whether it's in the data center or the cloud, we're providing the ability to have instant ransomware attack data recovery. When we talk about that, whether it's in the data center, where I'm on Datrium and I'm taking regular snapshots, when I take those regular snapshots and I need to recover from any one of those snapshots ever, maybe it was 15 minutes ago, maybe it was 30 minutes ago, I simply tell Datrium, turn on the VMs from this point in time. Nothing gets copied, nothing gets moved, there are no restores. It gets turned on the host from at the point in time that I want to recover. And if I pick the wrong point in time, I just pick a different point in time. It's instant. Now, how can we provide that on a single platform? Well, our backups themselves are immutable storage. Immutable storage means it cannot be changed. Mathematically, it can't be changed because if I change the block, it would create a new mathematical hash, which would be stored separately. So I have immutable storage backups, immutable storage and immutable backups that can go from minutes to days to months to years old. I can pick any point in time, whether it's for ransomware, whether it's for audit compliance, whether it's for legal search, whether it's just to restore a file from an end user device. These are the things I can do with immutable backups. The combination of backups and disaster recovery with recover points and RTOs really matter. And then when I get to the cloud, where I run in the data center, maybe I'm doing site to site with orchestration, maybe I'm doing site to cloud with backup and orchestration, my ability to live mount and turn on a virtual machine or a group of virtual machines or all of my virtual machines from any point in time with orchestration. I get to pick which ones come up. I get to pick how I manage my IP addresses. I get to think about how I want to run things. The ability to have an instant RTO from any point in time at scale is something that's never been done before in a single SaaS interface. One tool, cloud-based, that reaches in, understands your environment, manages the cloud for you, manages the cloud deployment, the cloud teardown, and your costs and your complexity. And ultimately, when I think about what I'm doing, is I have production sites, I have cloud backup, I move the data to the cloud, I provide a live NFS mount to the VMware cloud, I run during disaster recovery, I fail back, I shut down. I only pay as I use. So that's Daydream in a nutshell. Again, it's not a science project. It's not something new that just came out of nowhere, just a bunch of folks sitting in a room thinking about it. We've perfected the art and the science and the data sciences around presenting NFS to VMware in the data center as a hyperdriver sitting inside of the ESXi host. And we've effectively ported that to the cloud so our cloud packet can be front-ended by an EC2 instance that presents an NFS mount to the VMware cloud. The data science, the data protection, data immutability, the ability to register a VM, backup a VM from any point in time, it all carries through. That's what we've been doing for quite a while. All right, with that being said, I think I have a minute or two left. Definitely interested in taking some questions now. And if you don't have a chance to ask the questions now, or we don't get to your questions, again, my email address is brett@daydream.com, or you can hit our website, daydream.com, and there's a place where you can click and ask for help. So I'd really like to thank everybody for your attention today, and I look forward to talking to you soon. Any questions? David, back to you.
Great presentation, Brett. We do have some questions for you coming in from the audience. While we do that, I've just, again, brought up this poll for everyone in the audience. I want to call your attention to what additional information would you like about the Daydream solution. Brett, are you there?
I am here. Hello, David.
Hello. Excellent. So let's see. First question that came in, they're asking, do you have any universities that you know of that already use Daydream?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got probably dozens of universities, if not more, some very large universities internationally and local to the U.S. So, definitely can talk to the educational portion at the college level and, share references as time or needs require.
Okay, awesome. Let's see, next question they're asking is, does this solution work through NAT, or do we have to be directly routed or VPN? How does that work for disaster recovery?
Yeah, there's really multiple of options. If you can connect to Amazon, whether it's Direct Connect, NAT, VPN, however you get to the public cloud, if you can connect to Amazon, we can make the solution work. Ultimately, we're getting the data from the data center to the cloud, to our Cloud DVX EC2 software. Data gets there, and then the orchestration of the disaster recovery is 100% SaaS-based, and that's, you need to be able to connect to it either from your data center or offices or anywhere you might be, authenticate from a role-based access control perspective, then operate the software.
Okay, excellent. A lot of choices there. Next question, they said, we're a financial tech company. We have financial transactions that need to be backed up in a matter of seconds. We cannot lose any transactions. What is the minimum RPO? And also, is this snapshot-based or journal-based?
So we're not journal-based. We're snapshot-based, but it's not like a typical snapshot you might be familiar with. There's no impact to the operating system, the virtual machine. It's kind of behind the scenes, if you will, which allows us to take fully crash consistent snapshots as frequently as every 5 minutes, as for the RPO question, but every 5 minutes and keep 2,000 snapshots per VM with no application impact. the nice part about that is, I could have a system with 128 hosts, take those snapshots across 1,000 VMs that are on 50 of those hosts, and it's a microsecond crash consistent snapshot. But it is not journaling technology.
Nice. Okay. And then next question, they're asking, what hypervisors do you support, and maybe what might we see in the future?
The future is a fantastic question. I think my product management and founders team would frown if I went too deep into that conversation. Today, our primary hypervisor for support is VMware. We're very tightly aligned to VMware. We've got a lot of market traction and co-partnership with VMware at the moment, specifically for our DRAS solutions. In the data center today, we are supporting different flavors of Linux, bare metal Kubernetes, and a couple other things that can all exist in the same global dedupe storage namespace as VMware hosts. But yeah, it's VMware and a couple versions of Linux and Kubernetes. Bare metal is kind of what we're focused on today.
Okay, nice. Next question, you mentioned, let's see here. Oh, there it is. You mentioned immutable storage as one of the critical considerations for ransomware recovery. What does that mean?
So immutable storage is storage that once it's been written, it cannot be changed. And ultimately, it's one level beyond that it cannot be changed, in such that it can't be changed and it's retained based on a policy. So, for example, I mentioned the fingerprinting technology earlier that goes into some of these processes. When a virtual machine creates writes, that block, 4K, 16K, whatever it might be, is fingerprinted based on the data. Once it's been fingerprinted, we can then compress it and encrypt it and erasure code it and store it. If and when that block is changed inside the virtual machine and written over, it is a new fingerprint, which is stored separately from the original fingerprint. The object that's tied to that fingerprint is a separate storage. We never, ever do an overwrite. You can't do an overwrite. And then we 4 times a day mathematically check all the crypto hashes to make sure the data is valid, and if they're not, we rebuild some parity. So then that is, it can't be changed. So a virtual machine at a point in time has a list of fingerprints. A virtual machine from 5 minutes ago has a different list of fingerprints. So if I restore from 5 minutes ago, I just turn on a different list of fingerprints, register that to vCenter, and that becomes my active running virtual machine on data that just can't be changed. The key for mutability is it just cannot be changed. It's mathematically impossible.
Very nice, and that's critical for ransomware recovery. So great point there. Next question, you mentioned a lot of vendors have cloud DR solutions that are science projects. What does that mean, and how is Datrium not a science project?
Yeah, I don't mean to be disrespectful to the competition, because there's an awful lot of good products on the market today. I think there's a lot of vendors who have been doing good data center work. They've brought the technology to the data center that's disrupted the market, or has created market share, or changed the way that things have been done, that other incumbent manufacturers have been adopted. And in most cases, most of those have tried to figure out, how do I take a traditional backup product, get the data to the cloud, which most have been doing, but once it gets to the cloud, what do you do with it? What do you do with a native backup that's sitting in a native S3 bucket? In order to turn it into a running virtual machine, you have to restore it somewhere. You have to hydrate it, restore it. You have to convert it, a V2V migration, if you will. And then you have to run it in a new hypervisor that a VMware administrator is certainly not going to be familiar with. Whether you're going to native Amazon, if you're going to Azure, during a disaster, you need to learn a new way to run virtual machines. So I call that a little bit of a learning experience. I call it a science project. The key would be, if I can have cloud-based disaster recovery, that's not just a backup, but it's an NFS data store that's instantly available to a VMware server. The net result is, for a VMware administrator, I've got a vCenter in my data center with a green icon, and I've got a vCenter in the cloud with a blue icon, and there's no learning experience to be required for different technology stack to adopt to make disaster recovery work. And it's been based on a 5-year-old plus technology that's been proven to work. So it isn't something we just invented and tried to bring to market. It's taking what we've already done and expanded where it lives. Nice.
Okay. And this question actually reminds me of the first time I learned about the Datrium architecture. I had this same question, and that is, you said that the S3 backup storage is a live NFS data store. How is that possible? And I said the same thing. I was like, wait, what? You're NFS mounting an S3 data store?
Yeah,
tell us how that works.
Yeah, I was on a call with a client in a large biopharmaceutical last week, and he said, that's either mythical or magical. And I said, let me show you a demo then. the net is S3 is an object storage platform that typically is just an object storage platform. If you remember the slide that I walked through on the DHCI architecture, it's a split provision model. The host has local cache, and it leverages a SATA data node for data protection, but I can still deliver a half millisecond read latencies with crazy I/O performance, 100,000 IOs per host. Let's port that 5-year-old technology to the cloud. Let's run an EC2 instance, load the same DVX software, give it some instant flash from Amazon, and then that is the caching or performance layer. The S3 underneath it is the immutable storage layer, just like in the data center. The NFS mount is coming from our EC2 DVX software with instant flash for performance. So the NFS mount that's presented to VMware, which is a unique, nobody else in the world has that. It's just a unique differentiator to be able to connect an SDDC to external cloud storage. That it's connecting to our, it's not connecting directly to the S3. It's connecting to our EC2 instance, which is providing that high performance NFS mount like we do in the data center.
Great presentation. I think we covered all the questions that have come in so far. We really appreciate you being on the event today.
Awesome. Well, it's fun to be here, and I look forward to talking to anybody that'd like to learn more. So thank you so much for the time.
All right, and thank you to Datrium for supporting today's event. For more information on the Datrium solution, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console. It's actually a case study on how the city of Tucson, Arizona transformed application speed, backup strategy, and achieved a lower overall TCO. So make sure that you check out that case study on how the Datrium solution can help you. And now it's time for our next gift card giveaway. We have another gift card, and that's going to Sudeep Sura from South Carolina. Congratulations, Sudeep Sura from South Carolina. We've got, let's see, 3 more gift cards to give away still on the event today, so make sure that you stay tuned for those. And now it's time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. John Gray, Chief Technology Officer at Intervision. John, are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Thanks for being on. Take it away.
Well, thanks for having me. I'm happy to be here. So, what I'm talking about today is modernizing SLED with the power of the cloud. So, I'm the CTO of Intervision. Intervision is a strategic services partner, and what does that really mean? What it means is, we do a number of things. We sell products. We provide professional services, consulting services, but most importantly, we provide solutions to our clients, and cloud-based solutions is our focus. So, I've been in this industry for a long time. I was early involved in the cloud a decade or so ago and have grown our whole division around that. As a company, we've got locations across the country. We've got 3 NOCs and SOC. We've got a tremendous amount of engineers, high number of cloud certifications across them, and we support a lot of technologies. So, we really sort of cover a gamut of technical products and solutions for our clients. So, but focusing on the cloud, which is, we're very much cloud first. What are the benefits of the cloud? And people are hammering this home all the time, but it's a good place for us to start. So, agility and scale, to innovate, to move as your business moves. And obviously, we've seen a lot of that recently with the COVID, hitting industry, and how a lot of the response has been technology and cloud-based technology particularly. What's it bring you? Well, it brings you savings on capital expenses, which again has been key recently. People have been able to deploy new solutions very rapidly without having to buy actual infrastructure. So savings of time and money, and reducing a risk and downtime. So if done right, the cloud solutions are more secure, more resilient, high availability, fault tolerant, etc. So then, why isn't everybody completely in the cloud at this point? Well, it's for a number of reasons. It's challenges, right? Cloud talent is expensive and it's hard to come by. And if you train people up quite often they will go jump and get another job. So at our company, we are constantly recruiting and doing a lot of things to keep our highly talented people happy and with us. Cloud migrations themselves are not differentiating. What do we mean by that? Well, if you're migrating your apps and your business apps to the cloud, that's new technology, but you're not actually delivering any new functionality for the business. So quite often what happens is people will get pulled off those projects if it's an internal project and put onto something else that's for the business, and the cloud migration will stall. So security and compliance are very strong in the cloud, but it's a different paradigm, different approach to the data center, and oftentimes it's difficult for the existing teams to kind of understand that. So that's what we're really seeing as major challenges. Gartner sees insufficient cloud skills as a very big obstacle, and that's consistent with Innovision's experience, and particularly in the public sector, which is where we have focused for a long time. The skill shortage is even greater in the public sector. It's even more difficult to hold on to the staff when you get them. So, it's very much a focus for us to provide the type of service and talent to our public sector clients. So where can we help as a strategic service provider? Well, we focus on our clients very heavily and understanding what they need and where they're at in their cloud journey. So we can provide full cloud deployments, AWS, Azure, Google. We can provide hybrid solutions. We do a lot of work around managed services, so we can provide the right model. We can fully support our clients once they're migrated. We can provide professional services for projects where they need us, or we can set clients up to be completely sort of self-sufficient. So it really depends on your strategic IT vision as to how a partner like us fits in with you. So, as I was saying, we've got very broad and deep cloud experience across architecture is where we always want to start and focus. Migration, DevOps, storage is, oftentimes a typical area to get into the cloud, to move cold storage, archive it to the cloud. DR is a strong use case in the cloud. Number of different ways of doing that. SysOps, we can support our clients there very strongly. Security, we've got huge depth in security and compliance, both in the cloud and outside of the cloud, so that your entire environment is protected. We also have a full-grown ML AI practice. We've developed large fraud detection models or machine learning models, and had a lot of success there. Importantly, we are an AWS premier consulting partner. There's less of 50 of those in the US. We've got a bunch of different competencies which are hard to achieve with AWS around migration, DevOps, storage, education, and government. We are a public sector partner, so we're one of a handful of premier partners who are public sector partners. So that makes us pretty unique. We've done work for a whole bunch of clients across, public sector. So federal and state, we do work. I'm in California. We do work for Department of Healthcare Services, for example, massive deals there. We've done a lot of work for some of the bigger departments like Franchise Tax Board. We do a lot of work in higher ed for California community colleges, for CSU and other colleges across the country. We've just, got a lot of work in healthcare, both public sector and also on the private sector side, so we understand both sides of that. And, we also do a lot of work for big private sector organizations as well. And as a consulting company, what's good about consulting companies or strategic service providers is we can leverage work and lessons learned and pre-built packages from one client to another, which really plays into the modernization case studies I'm about to talk about here. We build out a lot of automation as we go. We've got our own Innovision automation framework where we will bring to a project to not just start from scratch every time. We bring in, reusable designs, reference architectures, and then have automation to go with that. So the first case study I'm looking at here is for Mount San Jacinto College, which is in Southern California. What we did for them recently when COVID hit was within a few days, we came in there and implemented AWS AppStream. They, like many organizations, were completely blindsided by, the virus outbreak and having to work from home. So we deployed AppStream for them, which is an application streaming service in AWS, and which we set up, with their networking and security, and were able to get this running for their, 5 main applications within 2 days. So literally got that 300 employees up and going again in a very short amount of time. And as you can see, there's a quote on here from their Dean of Information Technology, who was super happy. And we're now doing more work with them to do full migration of all their applications from their data center into the cloud. But in the meantime, AppStream is giving them what they need, giving them access to their legacy apps that are running on-prem. And we've actually got a promotion going on with this, which I'll talk about at the end of my presentation. Yeah, so here's a diagram. I don't expect you to be able to see it all, but this is the architecture of the AppStream deployment. It's highly resilient. It's in multiple AWS availability zones, which means it's supported across multiple Amazon data centers. It's integrated through Amazon's Transit Gateway, which high speed networking, very strong security. It's integrated with directory services and all those sort of things. So this is something that, we've got a standard way of rolling out and training people on it, and are doing a lot of these right now. So the next case study I've got here is somewhat different. CalHFA is a government organization that, coming out of the last recession, about 2009, they did a whole bunch of very low interest loans to get people back on their feet, and had a whole contact center, a couple of hundred people processing those. And about 3 years ago, when they were starting to sort of close that down, but still have to provide a call center, a contact center, they came to us and wanted to migrate what they had, which was completely on-prem, into the cloud, so they can provide long-running support for the follow-up on those mortgages and all those kinds of things they need to do. So we migrated both their back-end, their server environment into the cloud. We used Amazon's VDI, desktop as a service, workspaces to take the desktop part of those applications into the cloud. So fully migrated their data center and their desktops into the cloud to reduce their operational costs, to give them the sort of agility they needed to continue to refine the approach as the business requirements changed. We provide ongoing disaster recovery for these guys every 3 months, doing DR tests that they have to do because they're in the banking industry. But the cloud has really met their needs as that program has evolved. At Innovision, we have our own migration process, which is, very repeatable, very detailed. It's sort of centered around Amazon's migration approach, but we use it across different clouds. We've got automation around this. We've got repeatable artifacts, questionnaires that we hit our clients with, to get them to give us information very effectively at the beginning of migrations, and to really make the whole thing as repeatable as we can. So, that leads us from the discovery and analysis, and we use tooling there like, Cloud Jump or TSO Logic to get automated information around discovery. We then do planning into foundational build, and a lot of security and governance built into that, through the migration and operations and optimization. So what we're finding, and this Gartner and Forrester back this up, is the move and improve approach to cloud migration is really what is taking hold at this point. Basically, get your workloads into the cloud and then optimize, as opposed to try to do a lot of rework upfront, is the way that most of our clients, not all of them, but that is becoming kind of the mainstream approach. So we have done some pretty complex migrations over the last few years. One of them was for Ventura Community Colleges down in Southern California, migrating an app called Banner 9 into the cloud. Now, Banner is an ERP, or Student Information System, product from a company called Ellucian. A couple of thousand different higher ed organizations use this across the country. A lot of them have highly customized versions of it. What we did with Ventura was we worked with them to completely containerize that application, to migrate the Oracle database server into AWS, the job server, which had some fairly archaic legacy code, even some COBOL code, got that up and running. But then the main components of Banner we containerized and got them into Docker and created a CI/CD pipeline. Did a lot of work to make this, very sort of elegant solution that, is working very well for them now. So another big migration that we've done over the last probably 5 years is for California Community Colleges Technology Center, who are kind of the hub of the 115 community colleges in California, which has about 2 million students. So we've ended up with over 1,000 EC2 instances, so 1,000 virtual servers basically in AWS, and migrated a whole bunch of different applications for them into the cloud. We're doing a lot of leading edge stuff there now around data lake, machine learning, we're doing fraud detection with machine learning. So we've kind of moved with this client as they have gotten more and more sophisticated in their approach to the cloud. We've got a large team of people, probably 12 people there, supporting them in a DevOps role day in, day out. So, that's one of our larger customers, and, really sort of showcases all the different things we can do. And then sort of a smaller scale, really, storage and disaster recovery is a sort of good entry point into the cloud. We're doing this for several California departments, actually, but tax and fee is one of them, where we're implementing, moving storage into the cloud, getting that DR set up for the cloud, into GovCloud for some of it. And this has been a very successful, scalable solution for them, and I expect they're going to grow out from this to do more than just DR. But it's, I think, for them being a fairly sort of slow-moving organization that's somewhat conservative, this has really proven the value. They had a lot of SPLUNK logs and things like that were chewing up a ton of space on-prem. We managed to get those into the cloud. They now can use that existing servers back on-prem for other things, so it's given them space there. And then last but not least, this is something that when we started looking at the cloud many years ago, I saw that migration was going to be obviously a big area of focus for organizations. But then as organizations get fully into the cloud, what were people going to do then? Well, one of the areas that became clear was machine learning and AI becomes much more viable in the cloud, because you can stand up basically supercomputer-sized compute, run it for 30 minutes and turn it off. It's way cheaper in the cloud to start with, and then the ability to start and stop and destroy the environments, it makes it much more cost effective. So we've implemented machine learning models for a number of organizations, public sector and healthcare is where we're implementing some pretty impressive solutions right now. What this has shown is that we can move very quickly. We've got a predefined way of doing these projects. We can produce real value very quickly with machine learning because we've done it so many times. We have an architecture that in this case, where it's a human in the loop kind of model, where users are coming in this case it was students, and they were hacked, or fraud was being committed to get a student email address. We now can stop over 95% of that. So we suspend the application, somebody looks at them and validates them. So, and then the model keeps relearning because the behavior changes. So a really great example of how to apply machine learning to business, right? And this architecture here is reusable across different industries. So, as I was mentioning earlier, we've got a limited time offer going on here with AWS Workspaces, which is desktop as a service, or VDI in the cloud, and AppStream, which is application streaming at no cost to you. So basically, we will do up to 50 hours of work to bring up a Workspaces and/or AppStream solution for you. This actually ends June 30th. So if you're interested, in this, and we've got a lot of interest, and we're doing a number of these, get in touch with us. We've seen a lot of success here with these for clients, and something where you can sort of get your team going as far as the cloud if you haven't done anything in the direction before. So just to kind of summarize, comprehensive cloud skills. We're a premier partner. My information is on the slides here if you want to contact me directly. And, we are happy to deal with people who've got big projects, small projects, just need some guidance, or, if they're very advanced in the cloud, they need help taking on certain maintenance and areas like that, we can do that as well. So really, we will fit to our clients. So, okay, with that, I'll hand it back to the moderator and see if you've got any questions.
Absolutely, yeah. Great presentation, John. I really enjoyed that. I want to call everyone's attention out there to the poll that's on the screen. What additional information would you like about the Intervision solution while we do some Q&A? Okay, so sorry, John, first question that came in, they're asking for cloud migrations. I've heard that AWS provides funding to help pay for the work. Is that true? Does that really happen?
Yes, it does, yeah. I mean, Amazon's very aware that as you get into a migration, there's what they call a migration bubble, in that you've got to continue running your existing systems while working on essentially a project and bringing up new environments in AWS. And so you're going to have two sets of environments and people working, right? And so they have a whole bunch of different ways of funding that, depending on your situation and your size. And so, yeah, I mean, you can get a lot of the migration paid for at times, depending on what it is. All of it really depends on your situation. And they're constantly changing those funding programs, and we have people who are working day in and day out with them and our clients to find the best combination of funding for a client. But yeah, absolutely, there's funding available.
Excellent. Okay. Let's see. Next question. They said, with COVID-19 hitting, what areas of cloud are you seeing be used the most?
Well, I think across the board we're seeing an uptick. I think I heard early on, a week or so into it, Microsoft Azure had seen a 750% increase. That was by the second week. The areas that we're seeing though hit quickly or a lot right now are the AppStream and Workspaces, because of the remote workforce. But also, with AppStream, we're seeing the folks who've got VDI solutions and are looking to grow them, that were hardware driven. The cloud VDI or Workspaces or AppStream is much more cost effective. So we're seeing kind of a migration from on-prem VDI into AppStream is an area that's very, very sort of active right now.
Okay, and I'm curious, why do you think that is? Why are companies choosing to move to cloud for VDI?
AppStream is managed, so a whole bunch of the things that you had to do traditionally, like maintenance of the hardware behind the VDI, imaging, patching, all of those things are taken care of for you. So your ongoing costs, your total cost of ownership is significantly less. It takes care of needing multiple VPNs, so the security and the networking around it is simpler and better. AppStream, certainly for higher ed, what we're seeing is AppStream is very good fit for labs where you had students who you had either desktops, laptops, or VDI solutions. AppStream allows you to run one application like an AutoCAD and completely control that, right? So it's it's really a good fit in that sort of situation. So that's where we're seeing really sort of explosive growth right now.
Yeah, that's very interesting because, I mean, VDI has typically been, sometimes painful to implement on premises and needs a lot of maintenance over time. So,
right. Yeah, and I mean, we use infrastructure as code to create pipelines for building images, and so we take the same sort of DevOps techniques there to build out automation, which is very effective.
Okay. So if one of these, for example, a university wants help with VDI and they contact Intervision, can you kind of walk us through just the high-level steps of what you do to help out?
Yeah, I mean, it's understanding if it's around the labs, what software they're running, what sort, obviously what the different applications are. Yep. So we can build up the AppStream fleet, and then working with them around if they have any particular security or networking architecture that they need to fit into. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. We've got a lot of it automated at this point. So, obviously we build out the AppStream image and fleet, test it, and then work through a deployment. So it's a pretty straightforward process for us at this point.
Yeah, that's got to be comforting to hear for so many of these SLED organizations out there. That
Absolutely.
This isn't something you've done before. I mean, this isn't something that's new to you. You've done this many times before, and it's very templated to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, increasingly so. When we first started doing workspaces and AppStream a year or so ago, probably a couple of years ago, it didn't lend itself to full automation because, like a lot of AWS services, when they're first delivered, they're somewhat bare bones. They've come a long way. There's a lot more we can do with automation. There's a lot we do with monitoring now. So, it's pretty sophisticated, and we continue to further automate and further sort of like I said, the lab environment that we're seeing in across the colleges and universities. We've now got automation around that specific use case, really sort of an accelerator for that type of deployment of AppStream.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, John, I'm afraid that's all the time we have in our live Q&A session, but it's been really great having you on the event. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you to Intervision for supporting today's event. For more information, check out the handout that's available for download in your audience console. It covers the entire suite of services offered by Intervision, as well as information on their focus on state, local, and educational institutions. Of course, also visit intervision.com for more information. And with that, it's time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Tim Wallace, Head of Public Sector Industry Solutions at Nutanix. Tim, are you there?
I am. I was on mute, but now I'm here.
Thanks for being on, Tim. Take it away.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everyone for sticking around and listening to me. I appreciate your time. So I wanted to start off. I didn't put a lot of information in here around COVID-19, but I did want to start off with just a quote from our own CIO at Nutanix, Wendy Pfeiffer. In times of panic, IT preparation pays off. And this is a link here that you can follow to see how we prepared ourselves and our company for working from home and enabling remote workers through automation and virtual desktops. I think they attributed to General Eisenhower that a plan is worthless, but planning is invaluable. And I think that's something that all of us in IT can kind of embrace. Now, we had a survey done a few years ago on digital transformation and saw how people responded regarding technology powering businesses. I took a little variation of this without putting in the percentages, but to indicate where technology powers governments and education institutions. Certainly, engagement with citizens, and some feedback we recently got from one of our customers in San Mateo County, California, was, in part of their COVID pandemic response, they started enabling virtual town halls and virtual, basically council meetings. Their participation by their citizens went up fourfold, from physical town board meetings, the ability for people to leave work and be there present in person, versus being able to come in through a Zoom conference or something, was a tremendous increase. But in addition to outreach to citizens, technology supports economic growth and provides support for businesses and to implement capabilities within local governments. It also supports moving people around and making sure that workers can get to their jobs and back. And technology is inherent in all of that. By increasing economic growth, it also increases revenues, the more business and more tax revenues. And technology also allows governments to be more responsive financially and use data-driven models to make better decisions. However, governments and technology in governments are under attack. And in this slide here, there's a nice website on eRepublic, or actually the State Scoop division under eRepublic, where they track ransomware attacks. And you can see in the last 7 years, there were 354 attacks, ransomware attacks across the U.S. I thought it's interesting to kind of look back a little bit in how they came up with that number, and saw that the first 3 years, there were only 11 attacks. The next 3 years, that increased to 170. And then just in last year, 162, almost equivalent to the previous 3 years in that period. And then this year, and I don't have an explanation for this, they're showing 33 attacks so far. We're 5 months in, so it appears to be, hopefully, that governments are gaining ground, governments and education institutions are gaining ground on ransomware attacks. Maybe it's just coincident with what's going on with, the global environment with pandemics and things like that. I just don't know, but I do think that was interesting. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about the anatomy of an attack. First, there'd be some level of reconnaissance by some bad actor looking for a way to attack a system. Then, once they're able to identify a point of attack, scanning that system to see where they can spread their virus or their ransomware, their malware. They need to gain access into the system through some means, and then maintain that access across different parts of that system, and finally cover their tracks to hide what they've done. Now, to combat reconnaissance, obscurity is probably the best thing you could do to hide your systems from being seen. It's not necessarily practical for public institutions to completely obscure their systems, but certainly that's a mechanism to combat that. Endpoint protection through firewalls and spam filtering, those kind of capabilities can prevent scanning of systems, and identity and access management to prevent gaining access into systems. As far as preventing intrusions once they get in, or from spreading or maintaining access to systems, depends on security hardening within the environment. And then to combat covering tracks, using security automation tools to measure what's going on in your environment and continuously monitoring that, continuously updating your security and ensuring that your security profile is up to date. The scene typically is that a user might open up a link or something attached to an email, a phishing email link perhaps, and introduce that malware into their environment. Once the malware is there, it can begin looking around at neighboring systems and looking for other avenues of access, and then eventually find those pathways and spread across the environment. Now, the challenge that we face in IT is that there's a lot of complexity out there. There's a lot of complexity in our systems. There's a lot of choices to be made. There's also challenges with alignment. We have limited budgets. We have projects that we want to get done, but they don't always align. We don't always, can't always predict things like COVID-19 attacking, confronting our workforce and having to deal with things like that. And even in the best of times, we often don't have time to be as predictive and pragmatic as we'd like, so we're many times in a reactive mode. Now, one challenge is with legacy infrastructures, typical long-term data center architectures, is that they're complex. There are multiple stakeholders in the user side, needing support for both old workloads and new capabilities. The infrastructure, because it may be from different vendors and a combination of multiple technologies for compute, networking, and storage, it might require specialized skills at each layer of the stack to properly maintain those skills, and also carefully integrate those systems together. Sometimes these systems like storage area networks are purpose-built, and they all require long planning cycles to make sure that everything that's implemented works in concert. Now, the challenge with that is that results in about 80% of IT's time spent on basically maintaining the infrastructure, and 20% spent on servicing the end users, supporting apps, introducing new workloads and services to the community. Now, cloud is a popular alternative to legacy environments, and clouds offer many attractive capabilities. Rapid time to market, a few clicks, you can deploy an application in a public cloud. You have one-click simplicity, just like I said, a few clicks to get things done, so it's not overly complicated. Fractional consumption by paying for only what you need and when you need it. And then the presumption that you're only worried about the application environment, and your infrastructure is going to improve over time by the efforts by the cloud provider. So clouds, however, are not without security vulnerabilities, and there's a few notable ones in the last year. Many of these are the fault of configurations. Maybe the users, as they were configuring their environments, misconfigured something. In some occurrences, there have been some internal issues within the cloud provider. So they're not. The point is that they're not, 100% certain that they absolve you of a security responsibility. And one challenge too is that many organizations are going to have multiple cloud providers, different different applications perhaps better suited for one cloud versus another. So you end up with somewhat of that same challenge that you had in legacy environments with multiple vendors and the difficulty of having an aggregated security view and a security policy across multiple clouds and having the same level of control. Nevertheless, cloud security issues can be very expensive and added very quickly. Gartner indicated on average $300,000 an hour. Ponemon Institute indicated in their studies that the cost of outages was growing by almost 40% a year. And just as an example, the city of Baltimore had a ransomware attack last year, about a year ago, really on an on-premise system, not a cloud system, but as a result of perhaps not keeping systems properly updated, and they elected not to pay the ransom, but to remediate that themselves. And overall, they estimate that it cost $18 million to recover from that ransomware. And some of that is the actual cost of remediation. Some of it is lost revenue, and it doesn't include loss of public confidence in those environments. The net of that is that security is everyone's responsibility, and the prediction is that in a couple of years, 2-3 years from now, 99% of security failures will be the customer's fault. But yet, it's a shared responsibility. As I said before, the complexity is really an enemy of security, and can create blind spots, can cause IT staffs to delay upgrades because they have to figure out if they upgrade one component, is it going to affect another, and then how do you come up with a unified security policy? So I'm probably taking more time than I thought, so I'm going to ramp it up here a little bit, but I just kind of wanted to point out the different clouds that people look at. Public clouds are scalable and elastic. They're really ideally meant for workloads that you may need additional capacity, and they're real well suited to scaling up and then scaling back down when you don't need it. Private clouds provide a finer grained control. They're great for predictable workloads, workloads that you need to ensure yourself the security of those environments. You may have latency or disk locality needs for applications that are better suited to a private cloud, or maybe your mission critical applications you don't want to move out of your control. And there's another area of distributed clouds with things like IoT devices, video cameras, etc., being out on the edge, where you may want to do some processing through a distributed cloud and not move all the data back and forth to a centralized cloud. So what's the path to get to a cloud? First of all, and this is sort of my own philosophy of being in IT for 35 years, I always felt like, you could move from a legacy environment directly into a public cloud environment, and the one challenge with that is it's not always optimal to do that. Some applications, you need to understand their profile, what resources they're going to need before you move them into a cloud. But the first step would be just modernization of infrastructure. The next step is to start delivering your IT as a service, and finally you're able to operate in a full cloud environment where you're focused on innovation and agility. I want to talk a little bit about modernization and how we do it at Nutanix. We pioneered the concept of hyperconverged infrastructure a little over 10 years ago, and we've been a perennial leader in this space. What hyperconvergence means is that we converge compute, networking, and storage into a single platform. And with that platform, we're 100% software defined. We support industry standard servers on the hardware side and support popular industry hypervisors as well as Kubernetes to virtualize the application environments. And our own hypervisor HV is built into the platform, so this can also reduce the complexity and also reduce potentially costs from licensing external hypervisors. So how we eliminate SANs is we move the control functions, the data controllers from the SAN environment to a controller VM and basically create a distributed storage layer where your flash and spinning disk storage, various formats of storage are managed within each of the nodes in a Nutanix cluster. And the software takes care of data tiering, understanding where when you have data that's being accessed a lot and you need to have it in a quick access cache level, or you can move it to colder storage. It also takes care of optimizing storage through compression and deduplication and the reliability through replication factors. So with Nutanix, scaling and reliability is built into the OS. From day one, we have a single interface, and with that management interface, you can move applications from one system to another if you need to maybe take one system out of service, or you want to add another server into the environment. You can pop it in without downtime, and then just bring it online into your cluster. This allows you to scale as much as you want by simply adding additional service into the cluster. It also allows you to prevent against data loss by having your data replicated across the cluster in splices, and if data is lost in some manner, it can be rebuilt very easily and rapidly. We also build in security into the platform with identity access management and security baselines. Through our design paradigms, we build in automated test suites, security technical information guides that allow you to run basically security tests at your will. You can automate that to just ensure that your system maintains the proper security baseline. And we also build in encryption into the environment. These environments are, as I said, covered by a single management plane as well. So we've converged management of storage and compute and networking environments into a single plane of glass, and basically allows you to manage across that infrastructure lifecycle. It speeds deployment. It simplifies management. You only have one interface. You're not going back and forth between multiple interfaces. You can set real-time insights and automate remediation in case of errors, and very easily upgrade by just simple clicks. Also allows you to plan for growth by using machine intelligence and AI to basically see how you're consuming resources and let you know when you perhaps may need to add additional capacity. So that's modernizing the infrastructure, and that sets the foundation for the other components of the Nutanix Cloud Platform. I'll go into those capabilities. So let's talk a little bit about automating operations. That some people stop at the modernization level and say we have a cloud, but until you start offering IT as a service, you're really not replicating all of the cloud characteristics. Prism Pro augments the standard Prism environment to add additional capabilities. Again, adding the ability to forecast and alert operators when they're running out of capacity, also identifying how VMs are using resources and indicating if they're over-provisioned and providing feedback that can go back to the developers on proper configuration and basically create self-healing capabilities through remediation to understand what to do in case of a problem. In addition, Calm is our application lifecycle management tool. It allows you to basically provision, deploy applications, and manage that lifecycle. It allows you to create essentially a private cloud marketplace of your IT services and make those available to your business analysts and developers. In addition, if you're offering IT as a service, you probably want to figure out how you're going to charge back to departments for that. We have Zybeam, which is a multi-cloud cost governance technology. So it uses some built-in total cost of ownership models to determine cost of operating the private cloud and allocate an appropriate part of the cluster cost to VMs. It can determine chargebacks and allow you to, with integration through ServiceNow, manage costs back to various departments who may be using your services. In addition, it also works in a multi-cloud environment. We had one university customer, University of California, San Diego, who implemented Beam to look at how the university were using certain capabilities in AWS and found that they had a number of research projects or lab projects that maybe someone fired up a VM and it just wasn't being used and just rolling up costs. So they're able to get a better handle on their cost profile. I know I'm running long here, so I'm going to run through the storage consolidation, but I just wanted to say we extend the data plane to support common requirements for storage, both NFS, iSCSI, and S3 object storage. So basically traditional file storage, block storage for databases and those types of volumes, and object storage, S3 type object storage for unstructured data and backups. I'm going to run through that. I did want to mention that comes with file analytics, so detailed screens of data that are part of the Prism environment. Securing your environment, I mentioned earlier on that these attacks can spread across different VMs. We have a product called Flow that can be used to ensure application level security. And basically you can group VMs and manage those as groups. You can monitor communication across VMs, and you can segment VMs, essentially a micro-segmentation, a software firewall at a VM level, so you could quarantine a VM if it were being attacked through some kind of malware. Those capabilities also, like Beam, extended into cloud environments so that you can run security audits additionally to your resources that are running in the cloud. And business continuity, I mentioned earlier on too that, maybe I didn't mention that a part of any kind of security policy is also what to do to recover from some kind of incursion. So having disaster recovery and backup are critical to that environment. We have cloud-based disaster recovery and backup. Actually, the cloud-based stuff is an extension of our native replication capabilities within Nutanix. So we were able to take that technology and extended that to the cloud for convenience and cost management. But just so you know, the names, Leap is our disaster recovery as a service, and Mine is our integrated backup solution. And we work with many industry standard backup vendors to actually perform the backups themselves, but they're managed through a cloud interface. So one example I wanted to share with you was Cape Coral, Florida. They're one of the larger cities in Florida in the Tampa area. Back in 2017, they had previously implemented Nutanix and HCI. They just in doing sort of a tech refresh, they decided to try out HCI. But in September of 2017, Hurricane Irma was threatening the west side of Florida, the western coast of Florida, and they very quickly decided to use the replication within Nutanix to basically create a disaster recovery site in another location. It took them 4 hours to do that. Schools like Ebon Grove and actually organizations like Cape Coral also see the value of moving to the cloud. Ebon Grove School District outside of Philadelphia had previously implemented a cloud disaster recovery footprint, but they had problems with every time a configuration changed, it seemed like something broke. So they are really our first LEAP customers, but many of our other customers are looking at LEAP as a viable alternative to having a physical data center. The problem with having perhaps your own in-house disaster recovery is you may be 10 miles away or so, 30 miles away. So you could perhaps be in the same zone of threat from needing disaster recovery. Now, you'll hear later on this summer more about clusters, basically moving that Nutanix footprint into the cloud. I'm going to move through that pretty quickly because of time. But essentially running a Nutanix cluster inside of AWS on bare metal and giving the same capabilities, so you can essentially lift and shift your private cloud environment into a public cloud footprint. ERA we have for simplifying database operations and management. I did want to spend a minute just on Frame. Frame is our desktop as a service capability. Nutanix has a tremendous amount of business both in VDI and in cloud-based desktop as a service. We had a number of customers recently in response to COVID, and I think it's probably been mentioned in other vendors on this webcast. But we had several customers, Alabama A&M, within a couple of days implemented Frame just to enable their critical business users to access enterprise applications and critical business apps. The Maryland Lottery also similarly, they were an existing Nutanix customer, but they went from procurement to implementation in, I think, 4 days, with the implementation over the weekend, largely done by their own resources with some guidance from Nutanix. But we can obviously provide that capability as well. So it's a very simple, easy to start up. There are capabilities on Nutanix.com where you can try Frame out, and we also have some promotions going on right now to help people who need to implement telework and distance learning through virtual desktops. Security, very important to us, really because of our simplicity of operation. We have great response from our customers. Sorry about that, I missed the build up there. So our Net Promoter Score has been in the 90 range over 5 years. I think our closest competitor is down around 50 or so. But we're obsessed with customer satisfaction. Now, I just wanted to offer, if you want to try out Nutanix, you can go to our Nutanix.com website, and you'll see an offer for test drive, so you can have a guided walkthrough of the environment, but actually try it out yourself, see how simple it is to start up VMs, how to monitor VMs, etc. Thank you.
Great presentation, Tim. Thank you so much. I'm just going to bring up a poll question for our audience. and while I announce our prize. But Tim, I want to thank you for being on the event. I'm afraid we don't have any time for our live Q&A session today, but
Sorry about that.
No worries at all. No worries. We will be forwarding, of course, the electronic questions are available there in the queue for you. But thank you so much for being on the event today, and thank you to Nutanix.
Thank you.
For more information on the Nutanix solution, check out the handout that's available there for download in your audience console. It is Your Cloud, Your Way, and it's got information on building your own private cloud and how Nutanix can help. It's now time for our next Amazon gift card giveaway. We have an Amazon $500 gift card going to Lloyd Warber from Illinois. Congratulations, Lloyd Warber from Illinois. We've got 2 more gift cards still to give out on the event today, so make sure that you stay tuned for those. Thank you to everyone who answered the poll question. It is now time to move on to our next presentation on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. Adam Margett, Technical Specialist at Unitrends. Adam, are you there?
David, how are you, sir? You hanging in there?
I'm doing good. It's good to have you on the event again, Adam. Take it away.
Excellent. It's always a pleasure. And hello, everyone, to the folks that have been with us here. I know I got my kickoff email. I think it was something like 3 hours ago, so I admire your stamina. As David mentioned, my name is Adam Margett. I'm a solution specialist here with Unitrends, and I think that today's EcoCast is really topical and really timely. When we talk about modernization, we're kind of at a crossroads given the events of the last couple of months, and I think that there's a really unique challenge that IT and really leadership from the C-level on down for a lot of organizations is presented with now. And one of the things that sticks out as I've started to gather information and we're talking with some of our customers around, data backup and disaster recovery when it comes to kind of facilitating these distance learning or distance working operations, it's apparent that, to do this successfully, it's a lot more than rolling out Chromebooks and hosting webinars via WebEx or Zoom. It's the organizations themselves that really need to control the data. And a lot of the folks that we're talking about are talking about protecting and building out recovery plans for platforms where there's central IT departments that are in control of the applications and the workloads. They're really discouraging a lot of software that would be used for uniquely for teachers and students because it's critical that they're securing virtual interactions and a lot of the data that's now living or being delivered in new places. One example that was put to me is that the district is really trying to discourage the use of Google Hangouts where you've got teachers getting on with, maybe 3rd or 4th grade students, they're minors, and ultimately where does that data live and how is it secured? Who might potentially have access? So we're talking to a lot of folks where, the CTOs and the CIOs are at the forefront of implementing these e-learning or these distance working initiatives, but it's key. And I think I've been encouraging a lot of the users and the customers that I've been working with over the last few months to develop your processes and don't jump into quick decisions. Your shareholders or your stakeholders, your teachers, your students, your staff and your workers, they're looking for solutions very quickly. But, for IT, we're encouraging them to be firm in following their training, following the processes that they've laid out as you're preparing your district, your town, your city for these facilitated distance operations. In a lot of cases, it's not going to happen at the snap of a finger. So when we talk about kind of how can Unitrends help, we've been in this space for a while, and some of what we're going to talk about today is really who is Unitrends and how are we helping organizations craft and develop plans and strategies around data recovery and disaster recovery. We're going to talk about some of the key features and elements of our solution being able to help protect and preserve your backup environment from threats of ransomware, some of the purpose-built cloud services that we have delivered, and protecting remote devices, SaaS data has become really critical now more than ever. We've also got some resources and some links throughout to take home. I don't remember off the top of my head if the online experiences is the platform where you can just click through, but I do have links in the presentation. So feel free to drop a comment in the chat or in the Q&A if you'd like a copy of the presentation. I'm happy to send you the PDF so that will be available and you can access some of those links. So From our perspective, Unitrends has been in the data backup and disaster recovery space for over 30 years, and we're really proud of the 30,000 plus customers now, climbing closer to 40,000, that across the globe have come to trust us for their data protection and disaster recovery needs. The Unitrends Cloud, which is a proprietary solution, while we do integrate with AWS, Azure, the Google Cloud, we do offer our own purpose-built cloud platform. We're going to talk a little bit more about that later on, but we're managing over 100 petabytes of our customers' data in that cloud. But really what we're most proud of, and something that's been internalized throughout our organization for a long time, is putting our users and the customer first. And you'll see that in our support organization and our customer satisfaction. It's something that we really are designing our people, our processes, and our products with the end user in mind. So when we see that 98% customer satisfaction rating, that's not a stat that we cherry-picked from our best month, a couple of years ago. It is an ongoing kind of rolling metric that we are placing a tremendous amount of visibility, emphasis, and pride in. When we think about kind of our users, we don't want to be wasting your time. You get right on with one of our engineers. It's on average 31 seconds for us to respond to a support case or a CSAT kind of issue or organization issue that's been raised, excuse me. So what do you get with Unitrends? For us, it's going to start with what we call our white glove service, and we want to be your personal experts as you're building out a unique plan to meet the needs of your organization, both today and in the future. And when we talk about a white glove service, we're doing a lot of the heavy lifting for our users. You're getting a personalized recovery plan. You've got a single point of contact for all of your workloads, your on-premise, physical applications, virtualized workloads, protection and recovery of SaaS data, as well as endpoints and the data that's living on remote workers. We don't have that finger pointing between the backup software vendor and the deduplication device. We're delivering what we call an all-in-one solution and reducing some of the complexity locally that it takes to manage and deploy that solution. In a lot of cases, it's turnkey. Our appliances, for example, are pre-tuned and optimized with CPU, storage, backup software. So you simply rack it, stack it, give it an IP, and you're ready to start protecting the assets across your network that are most critical to the success of your organization. The second piece is where we're aiming to leverage automation to increase IT's capacity. It's all too common that we're talking to users that are burdened with what we consider, really low-value tasks. They're combing through logs. They're burning time on support. They're tinkering around with some of that back-end tuning and management of their systems. Where we can, we want to enable automation of routine tasks and help to build in, for example, remediation scripts. We have a self-healing agent. It's called Helix, and it will automatically correct a lot of common errors for Windows backup environments. So rather than you or one of your technicians coming in to a bunch of failed backups and a bunch of error messages, you come into an email from Unitrends Helix that says we detected a writer in a failed state at 3 a.m. We performed a safe restart because we knew it was safe to do so. Your backup kicked off with no errors. You're all set, but hey, we just wanted to give you the heads up that we performed this restart of the service. And we're taking proactive measures through that ransomware detection, through that Helix self-healing to identify anomalies that could threaten or impact your ability to recover, or anomalies that may threaten or impede the backup process. Nobody can recover from a backup that wasn't taken or that didn't occur. The last piece is we want to enable you to drive innovation throughout your organization. And we really believe that in building out a recovery plan, it's going to compel departments to budget for their needs. IT should not be beholden to these departments. You have the power. It's their needs to deliver that particular workload, or they need availability so that they can drive revenue. It's IT that's making that possible. So we want to give that power and that control back to IT and really help you work with some of the other departments to allocate and budget for their needs. As I had mentioned, we've been in the backup and data recovery space for a long time, and certainly government educational entities have been a key vertical, but we do recognize that every environment is unique. So when we talk about the recovery solutions that we are delivering and enabling our customers with, it's really built on three key pillars when we think about the Unitrends recovery platform. And the first is recovery assurance, that guarantee and that confidence that you've fully vetted or tested the backups, you know that you are able to recover from them. You've got a contractually guaranteed SLA on that white glove cloud-based recovery service. You have visibility into all of those workloads and the confidence that you can recover. Recovery protection, again, securing the backup environment from ransomware, dark web ID monitoring, one of our newest releases, a proactive defense against account takeover attacks, very, very prevalent, and we're seeing that a lot in the SaaS space. And the last piece is that Recovery 360. You've got a cloud-based UI for management of all of these different solutions, kind of a global place to view all of your alerts, quick status checks, and you can easily and readily drill down for additional information. And the solution itself is always on. We recognize that we're in a kind of a global, a 24/7 environment, and the Unitrends solutions are proactive, they are continuous, they are always on. So a little bit more about the ransomware protection, and I think that that's really key. There was a significant number of attacks against different entities throughout the SLED space, and if you want to include healthcare, that number spikes tremendously. But the majority of these infections are targeting Windows-based systems. We've taken 3 key steps to harden the backup environment and help secure those backups from the threat of ransomware. The first is through our prevention. Unitrends appliances are built on a hardened Linux kernel, and while Linux is targeted significantly less frequently than Windows, it also affords us more flexibility as we're building out and architecting the storage partitions as a part of that backup environment. So all of the backup files that we are landing in an immutable storage repository. They are read-only to the appliance. Windows binary is not executing against Linux-based file extensions, and no changes are written to the backups once they have been written to the appliance. Any subsequent changes are recorded as a separate backup that would be an incremental. So you have the ability to kind of identify point in time where clean backups exist, and helping to identify where infection may have occurred is that second phase, that detection. We have a machine learning algorithm that's native to every Unitrends appliance, and it's going to analyze the backup data for every backup that is taken for all of the systems across your network that we are protecting. We're looking at things such as the rates of change, the overall entropy, or the randomness of the data, which can be a sign of encryption, and in this case, ransomware. So it triggers a proactive alert when potential threat conditions are met. The last piece comes with Unitrends recovery assurance and that confidence in your ability to recover. This is not a screenshot verification of your backup, but in an isolated sandbox environment, we will spin the backups up. You can define things such as the boot order, execute application level tests, so that we're going into the backup to certify the underlying data. You could run a SQL query with expected output. You could run DAG tests against Exchange services, run different tests against Active Directory, so on and so forth. So you can really orchestrate in an isolated testing environment what recovery needs to look like and ensure that those needs are being met. We've pre-scripted over 50 application-specific tests that you can run, but you can also write your own custom scripting, and that's a part of our data copy access. But what folks tell us they love is not just the compliance and the application status reports that they can easily export and put in the hands of their boss, the business owner, a compliance officer, but they can also spin up an isolated lab environment directly from their backups for things such as DevOps or patch testing. They can also use this test to orchestrate failover. So they're designing where recovery needs to happen. They pre-build out what that needs to look like. Hey, if we've got a particular application that depends on Active Directory, we're going to recover this AD backup first and then spin up SQL second, bring up the web server third, for example, and define the target. So should a failure occur, at the push of a button, they've already orchestrated what that recovery needs to look like, and it kicks off as necessary. The ransomware detection and the security of the backup environment, as well as some instant recovery capabilities, really came in handy for one of our customers at Taylor Community Schools. They're a district that serves 3 townships in Indiana. They've got over 1,800 faculty, staff, and students, and 3 IT folks. So you can imagine they're spread pretty thin. But they've got a fully virtualized environment, VMware on top of Cisco UCS, and they were manually rotating LTO tapes off-site. But they didn't have a tremendous amount of visibility into the backup process. They weren't able to really verify RTOs from those tapes, and they didn't have a way to really readily test their disaster recovery. So they were looking to kind of streamline some of their operations and increase some of their efficiencies. They opted to deploy a physical Unitrends backup appliance and our RxDA media controller, essentially swapping out writing to disk, to swapping out writing to tape, to swapping out to writing to removable hard drives. But they were able to eliminate some of the legacy equipment in their environment. They leveraged instant recovery for near zero RTOs. And in the wake of a ransomware attack that propagated due to file sharing, they were alerted to the infection by their staff. They were able to go through a couple of the Unitrends backup logs to identify where there was a good, clean backup. Once the machine and the infection was quarantined and isolated, they tore down the infected machines and restored from clean backups using Unitrends instant recovery, all in all about 20 minutes or 15 or so minutes to remove that threat. So it really came in handy for those folks. You can read a little bit more about their experience and some other things that they really have benefited from the platform on unitrends.com, them being Taylor Community Schools. Another key piece that we had mentioned is Unitrends Cloud Services. And when we think about where Unitrends fits in your data center, you've got the flexibility to deploy one of our hardware appliances or leverage resources that you already have and stand up our virtual appliance on top of your favorite hypervisor, whether that's VMware, Hyper-V, Citrix Zen, Nutanix. And we're going to help you protect those physical, virtual, NAS storage, and application workloads. We're recommending certainly that you get a copy of data off-site to removable media such as disk or tape, a public cloud bucket path. You could store long-term archives in AWS S3, for example. You could write these to another storage device. But the last copy should be going to the recovery site, what we call the hot copy. Now, this could be a site that you are managing on your own with another one of our appliances. It could be that white glove recovery that's performed by our Cloud Cores team in the Unitrends Cloud. So there are really, from a management standpoint, really kind of 3 options. If you're looking to and your organization has the bandwidth to self-manage that offsite process and potentially that recovery, you can use some of those targets mentioned. Kind of that shared responsibility would be the public cloud. There are still elements of security and optimization that the customer or the user is responsible for, but management, maintenance, and a lot of security is being taken care of by that public cloud vendor. For a fully managed service, you can leverage the Unitrends Cloud. And as I mentioned earlier, this is not AWS or Azure. It's a proprietary cloud environment that is designed to afford our customers long-term retention of their data and that white glove disaster recovery. With our purpose-built cloud, we have a sole focus on delivering cloud backup and recovery. We're not in Kubernetes. We're not in delivering production workloads or hosting. But you've got a geographically dispersed cloud configuration that requires minimal, really no management by you and your internal IT staff. It also enables a turnkey disaster recovery offering, and it's priced and licensed out in a way in which there are no variable or unexpected per incident charges. You license out based on storage and retention, and that is the retention is built in, so it's a fixed cost over time. Simply upload that data to the Unitrends Cloud. For customers of ours in the city of Lynchburg, they opted to leverage the Unitrends Cloud to meet compliance with the Freedom of Information Act. They needed long-term retention in a secure environment. These folks were also fully virtualized, a VMware environment, and they were leveraging one of our competitors. They got a great deal on the outset, but when it came time to renew that licensing, they were looking to true up. They opted to stick with a virtual appliance and opted to deploy Unitrends, but also replicate some key elements of that data that was subject to the FLIA compliance to the Unitrends Cloud. They were able to perform self-service recovery as they needed. They were able to see some great automated status reporting on the replication and the retention status. And that self-service recovery from the cloud can be done with no egress. There are no additional fees to remove or pull down data from the Unitrends cloud. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. There's a small filter that you adjust in your user interface. You're filtering for the backup copies that you have on your hot target. You simply select the date range of the backups that you're looking to recover and select that point in time that you wish to restore. You can mount the backups directly within the cloud location to download back granular items. You can also import the entire backup group down to your local appliance to initiate full recovery of a system where that may be needed. So while the recovery from our cloud is entirely self-service, recovery in the Unitrends cloud is what we call our disaster recovery as a service. You enroll key workloads or mission-critical applications and simply place a phone call to initiate spin-up. It's our team that's doing all of the heavy lifting. We prepare and seed the cloud environment. We will perform all of the monitoring, maintenance, perform regular updates, security patches, and so forth, as well as ongoing tests. Both application and compliance, that similar recovery assurance process that we talked about earlier, to report back to our users to ensure that we're able to meet the RTO SLAs that are contractually guaranteed. We're so confident in our process, you can enroll your machines in a 1-hour, 24-hour, or best effort SLA, and they are contractually guaranteed. I would challenge anyone to find folks in the space that would put in writing a guaranteed 1-hour RTO SLA. And we have never missed, in all our years of performing DRAS, have never missed an SLA. Our longest recovery was 18 minutes. It was a multi-tiered ERP application for one of our manufacturing customers. The last piece that I wanted to touch on here is protecting those remote devices and SAS data. Certainly the Unitrends appliance is great for the assets that are on your local network, but what about some of the assets that are now dispersed, they are distributed, they are mobile? We've leveraged some of our existing file agent technology to deliver Unitrends cloud backup, and the goal here is to really easily deploy protection for your remote and mobile workers. It's a lightweight file agent that you install on every machine that is paired with a target in the Unitrends cloud. You set an opportunistic schedule. Hey, perform a backup of the local file and folder structure once a day, every 2 days, every 3 days, and the agent has been hardened to support reliable backup over the internet. So it knows when we've got an internet connection, it will initiate that backup process. We're going to use incremental forever strategies to securely transmit as little data as possible. All data will be encrypted, both in flight and at rest, using our AES 256-bit encryption. So it's not a file sync service. It is a direct-to-cloud backup service. But it's minimal management for our users. There is some multi-tenancy supported, so if you want to give users the ability to log in, kind of set their scope and permissions and perform their own recoveries, you can certainly do so, or you can have IT kind of manage things from a more central location. But very easy to deploy and to ensure that the files and folders that users are now creating, that IP on the edge, is protected and has the right backup measures in place. A lot of times we're asked, would you use Unitrends Cloud Backup if we were already leveraging, a data sync service such as OneDrive or Google Drive? And we certainly would recommend that. Is everything synced even when you think it is, or do you have the right storage or license on the account? My iPhone, for example, is only 50, 60% synced for whatever reason. I've got all these new contacts and pictures that for some reason aren't loading up there. But you also have that shared responsibility model for SaaS environments, and it's something that we talk about a lot, that there are all sorts of errors and risks, whether it be user error, internal or external security threats, that are not covered by Microsoft. Ultimately, the data and the IP that your users are creating in the SaaS environment is the responsibility of the subscriber to the service. So we do have a cloud-to-cloud backup service called Spanning that will protect data for the O365, the G Suite, and Salesforce. Similar to the Unitrends cloud, all of that back-end storage and cloud management is being managed by the Spanning team. So you get infinite retention and unlimited storage of all of those items, whether that be for your Outlook, your OneDrive, your SharePoint, with the ability to perform granular self-service recoveries as needed. It's licensed the same way you do your O365 Infinite Retention Unlimited Storage, and it is an SSAE 18 certified cloud environment. So we do meet a lot of standards and compliance regulations that folks in the public sector are adhering to. And I mentioned this earlier, but one of the advantages that we have at Unitrends is we're now under Kaseya is that as a part of a larger organization, Kaseya is bringing in a lot of best-in-breed technology and building in different integrations and workflows. And one of those challenges is security of those SaaS environments, with the majority of users that are leveraging the same password for the majority of their websites. Office 365 is no exception, and we've seen an increased prevalence of account takeover attacks, phishing, and social engineering because those O365 credentials give access, threat actors access to all of the different applications under Microsoft. Not just your Outlook, but your Power BI, Dynamics, your SharePoint, so on and so forth. So we have rolled out, and very recently, I believe it was the beginning of April, introduced dark web monitoring for Office 365. It's a proactive scanning, monitoring of Tor and Onion sites for potentially compromised or stolen credentials. When we announced our dark web monitoring service, we had over 700 registrants for the internal webinar that we launched out, and this was last spring. The team at our dark web monitoring solution ran all of the domains through their tool, and they found something like almost 80%, I believe it was 78%, had some sort of password or other piece of PII that had been compromised and did exist on the dark web. So we've built in this enterprise-grade protection for your O365 environment. It is proactive. It is constantly monitoring, and it alerts your administrators when emails or passwords have been potentially compromised. It's purpose-built for your O365 environment, and you'll leverage some of the spanning audit and search capabilities. Once accounts are secure, you can easily find and restore any data that is potentially corrupted, lost, or stolen. The last piece here, and we've certainly touched on this, is that, while IT resources are really stretched thin, I think now is no exception. And, a large minority of users in our Unitrends, our annual cloud survey, reported that they still suffered downtime last year. And you can't recover from failed backups. We talked about this a little bit. And some of those troubleshooting efforts cost time and effort and are really preventing you from driving innovation, improving end-user experience, and so forth. So, there are environmental issues looking at you, Windows VSS, that still plague every backup vendor. Protecting a Windows environment, we are reliant on those writers as a part of the backup process. But automating some of this management, we want to give you that time back. Again, think to our admin that comes in and spends half a day crawling through logs and on with backup support versus that user of the Unitrends Helix that comes in and sees that our self-healing agent took an automated remediation action when it was safe to do so and corrected an error that would have prevented the backup from being successful. We want to enable our customers to start solving environmental issues with no intervention and no effort. It's easy to set up. You start to deploy the Helix agent on any Windows devices that you want monitored, as well as your backup appliance, and it's going to evolve with our technology. As our support team learns more and more use cases and works through different remediation scripts, we're planning out self-healing for virtual environments, automatic appliance updates, and some other things to keep up to date with security patches. Today, again, we're focused on those VSS issues, but we'll start to be able to build in scripts to perform disk space checks, make sure that we can create a snapshot before we attempt to take that backup. Test against other services. And one of the things that they're kind of toying around with is the ability to initiate automated server recovery. When a failure is detected, if an admin is busy somewhere else and we notice a key or an enrolled application or service fails, would the Helix agent have permission to initiate recovery? So we're really, really excited about the future of the Helix tool. Today keeps your appliance up to date on features and security patches through automatic appliance updates, and will remediate common errors of your VSS writers in Windows environments really help to eliminate some of those common causes of backup failures and overall causes of headaches, I'm sure, for administrators and potentially your staff. There are a couple of programs that we are running. We recognize that it's a time that has been really challenging in a lot of cases from a budgeting standpoint, but we don't want that to be prohibitive to folks getting the technology that they are looking for to ensure that their recovery plans or recovery solutions are up to date. Those appliances that we mentioned are 100% off. It is free hardware for SLED organizations through the end of September. We also have really aggressive deals on our spanning O365 backup as well as Unitrends Cloud. So you can visit unitrends.com for more information. There is a banner right on our homepage where you can submit information or a request for contact. And I actually had a gentleman reach out to me personally after one of these events. They had just taken over for a school district, and they had had a couple of virtual disks in their or a couple of hard drive failures in their virtual environment. He had already sunk a lot of time, energy, and money into trying to recover that data. The prior group had really left him in a tricky situation without a reliable solution, but he remembered the hardware offer and got in touch with Unitrends to see if that might be the right fit for their environment. So again, we've got a number of resources and different things that we would love to share with folks. You'll find my email address and my LinkedIn at the bottom of that slide. Feel free as well to pop into the chat if you'd like a copy of the deck. I'm happy to follow up and send you that so you've got some of the links and some of the information that we talked about today here. I do apologize for the technical difficulties with my phone line. I'm embarrassed to admit I'm still on an iPhone 6 here, so it's probably time for an upgrade. Now, would like to pass things over to David to see if any questions came in, and we'll keep things moving, but really appreciate everyone's time and for coming out to learn a little bit more about what we're doing here at Unitrends.
Absolutely, Adam. Always a great presentation. Thank you so much. We do have some questions for you from the audience. So let's see, first one that came in, they're asking is, can I manage appliances, SaaS endpoint and endpoint backups all through one user interface?
So you can, and we're actually, I think I alluded to it, but we are in what we're calling OneView. We're in the beta for Unitrends OneView, and that is that unified portal where you can manage your on-premise data center appliances, spanning, instances of spanning, O365 protection, as well as any endpoints that you are protecting with the direct-to-cloud solutions. So, yes, you will be able to view everything under that single view and single pane of glass.
Nice. Well, that will be very cool. Okay, next question. Is your cloud compliant with FERPA for use by educational institutions?
It is. There are a couple of requirements. I know that encryption, the AES-256-bit encryption is one key element there, but we do have educational institutions that are using it. So I believe that we are already, since we are already SOC 2, HIPAA, and PCI compliant, we should be able to meet those requirements. I think in a lot of cases, data sovereignty, which we adhere to, and retention are the compliance standards that our cloud solution would need to meet. So we certainly have the ability to do so for VCDR.
Okay. Nice. All right. So, and then last question here: if we back up our SaaS data with spanning, where is that data actually stored at?
So Spanning's tenant exists actually within AWS. So you even have some redundancy between cloud providers. They have an SSAE 18 certified tenant within Amazon Web Services.
Nice, nice. Okay. Well, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for our live Q&A, but it's been really great having you on again. Thank you so much, Adam.
Excellent. David, thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
And thank you to Unitrends for supporting today's event. As Adam said, visit unitrends.com. They have a number of specials going on right now. In the handouts tab there, we have the Unitrends Backup and DRAS IT Buyer's Guide, 5 ways to beat downtime. So make sure you download that resource as well. And now it is time for our next presentation on today's EcoCast. I'm excited to introduce Mr. John Goodwin Director of U.S. Public Sector and Education at Mimecast. John, take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is John Goodwin. I'm the Director of North American Public Sector and Education Sales for Mimecast. Mimecast is a cloud solution provider of email and web security products and cybersecurity awareness training. It is a genuine pleasure to be able to speak to you this afternoon. Fall of 2019. This is our reality back then. You remember what was going on? It was summer vacations were over. Kids were going back to school. Our public sector was getting back to work after the summer with a new school year, new fiscal year. There were clearly defined challenges. It was a familiar operating environment. Your IT strategy was well in place. So what were you focused on then? For some of you at that point in time, this is exactly where you were. Everyone has a priority list. There were plenty of issues to solve. So what was your priorities? Could it have been moving to the cloud? You know, you wonder probably back then, could it actually happen this year? As early as 2006, this became a phrase with industry, moving to the cloud. Then in 2011, Homeland Security came out with their cloud strategy. Well, here it is, 2019. Maybe this is the year that we do that. Maybe it was ransomware, phishing, data leaks. At times, as a public sector organization, you just want to stay out of the local news and out of the headlines. Perhaps it was awareness training. You're trying to get that human firewall in place, have your employees be your frontline of defense. And for you in the public sector, this is actually becoming another compliance issue now. There were other hot buttons as well. Legacy infrastructure concerns, your IT staff, your budget, and typical for government agencies, a lean, and I mean really lean, IT resources and budget. And you had to reconcile your cloud strategy against your legacy infrastructure. But first, you actually have to have a cloud strategy. So the independent surveys are coming in now, confirming what we knew then. Cloud migration was #1 on the CIO list of priorities. Embracing the cloud technology requires an in-depth review of what you have on-prem, the systems, the legacy infrastructure. And your path probably included some type of phased plan, combining assets, cloud assets with your on-prem. And combining assures that it's going to be difficult to scale and cumbersome to update. And you almost guarantee you're going to double your security challenges. But in the end, you know the cloud is the right place to be, so you press ever onward. And then there's this. State and local cities, counties, universities, everyone is hit with the bane of your existence, ransomware. It was another really big issue that was keeping you awake at night. Unfortunately, at the time, you may not have had any idea how bad it could get and how it would evolve. And our public sector was highly targeted. Every state was hit, including Alaska and Hawaii, and it was financially crippling. We don't have huge budgets in public sector. The average total cost of ransomware attack was over $8 million in ransom payments, damage done, and reparations and remediation. And there's no guarantees that it won't strike again. There was a school district in our state of Connecticut that was hit twice within a 4-month period. It's horrible. Ransomware kept evolving. Now we're dealing with ransomware attacks that threaten to leak stolen personal data. Just absolutely horrible. And then there are the phishing attacks. They're more sophisticated and aggressive, and they've just continually gotten worse. So how will you protect your assets, your organization, your intellectual property, your users, even your contribution to national security? On a scale of 1 to 10, back then, maybe it was, 3 or 4. What is it now? 6, 7, 8, higher? It's kind of scary. So we have a new reality, at least for now. There are far less in-person interactions. Social distancing has changed everything. Hackers are not sitting idly by. They're aggressively capitalizing on this opportunity. There is a huge strain on our collective infrastructure. There's increased reliance on email and online applications just to get the work done. And the growing ranks of remote users are demanding a seamless, safe, and satisfying experience. There's a pervasive uncertainty about the future. So how will your operations be affected? From the courthouse to City Hall, to the universities, to elementary schools. Well, that was then, and this is now. So our focus has changed. Instead of looking at resilient systems, we have to adapt and survive. So our priority list has undergone a slight change. We got to make room for additional priorities, not replacements, but additional. This entire work from home, entire workforce, and you have to support them, tremendous challenges. And what about the devices? There's a huge logistical and financial challenge just to get devices in the hands of your users that are now working from home. And in the case of universities and K-12, you got to outfit every single student with the capability to do that for that remote learning. And sometimes you might have users who may not be, shall we call, tech savvy. You've got to ensure the continuity of your email systems with tighter budgets. Your tax base is reducing, so therefore your revenues are going down. So effectively, you've got to do more with less. And you've got to justify an ROI for every security investment. So this new normal that we're under now is highly uncertain. No one really knows what it's going to look like, but it will involve delivering more online services. And it will involve you projecting a model of sustainability. You've got to pretty much guess what you think it's going to be and be ready to support that, but also be able to adapt along the way. There is a tremendous apprehension toward any large-scale change. We have to find something that works and stick with it and adjust slowly. There is a palpable fear of the unknown. There's a desperation among our users for answers, for helpful information, anything. And that makes our users vulnerable. And it is the perfect storm for hackers. For the bad actors, this is a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. They're not sitting idly by. Today's connected environment, it's being stretched and tested to the limit. It's a combination of fear and uncertainty, scrambling to get procedures and processes in place to support this growing work from home environment, everyone being remote. And there's an increased online demand for your IT services. This all creates a perfect storm of opportunity for the hackers. And particularly vulnerable is the public sector. Much of the data that you secure can be viewed as a barometer of the well-being of our nation. For example, higher education, you may hold valuable IP or research data. Could be federally funded research related to national security, perhaps information or capabilities that could help in vaccine development. The bottom line is disruptions to government operations have a cauterizing effect on society, projecting vulnerability and insecurity across the citizenry. Even our national secrets, such as in this case, vaccine developments, may also be targeted by our nation state hackers. Don't we love them? Unfortunately, our employees are falling for some of the work that the hackers are doing. Unsafe clicks have increased since COVID-19. We're trending in the absolute wrong direction. So to minimize these disruptions, this is your new challenge, seamless delivery. With the work from home and less in-person interactions, there's more information exchange online. You probably know more about Zoom than you ever really wanted to know. Even more data is being shared via email and applications. So you have to deliver for your community of users an ecosystem. It's always on, always available. It's easy, trustworthy, and safe. There's almost a house that Jack built kind of story here. With the increased digital movement and communication, your footprint has to grow. Well, as your digital footprint grows, so will the demands on your IT staff. And as your IT staff grows, so will your need to secure that environment. A larger digital presence with more online users will lead to points of vulnerability on the increase. Your teams are going to need to think about how to proactively protect against cyber threats and employee mistakes. You have to be on your game. These will lead to data leaks, financial losses, and brand damage. And make no mistake about it, in the public sector, we all have a brand, and we must protect that. And the public sector is especially vulnerable right now as nation-state hackers are trying to gain insight and steal information around COVID-19, vaccines, and other related activities. So adapting also means finding budgets for cybersecurity investments. Your footprint grows, therefore your investments must. Cybersecurity is always on every IT wish list. It's always at the top. So limiting factors on finding these budgets, such as tightly controlled budgets, competing priorities, balancing requirements from your leadership, and don't forget politics. In public sector, it's always there. And with COVID-19, there will be federal grant money available for COVID-19 related activities. And they're not just for personal protective equipment and testing, but it also includes protecting sensitive research and data towards developing a vaccine, preventing breaches of sensitive data related to the economy, national security, healthcare, all across the board. So this might be a good time to aggressively pursue the stimulus funds, putting it towards much needed cybersecurity investments. It might also be a good time to convince management that by making these investments now, you realize those significant savings later on. With budgets affected by reduced tax revenue, a data breach or ransomware attack could be more damaging than ever before. It's even more critical that you maintain the trust of your community of users and stakeholders, properly safeguarding sensitive information. Adapting also means automating your processes where you can for your overwhelmed IT staff. Your teams, they have more on their plate than they did a year ago. Supporting the remote workforce, bringing new apps and services online, responding to even more help desk tickets from those remote users, and the list goes on. By streamlining IT ops with a single resilient platform controlled by a single pane of glass, your IT staff will have more time to focus on other things that desperately need their attention. And another element of adaptation, keeping your reputation intact. Your brand will be under attack, if not already. Hackers are spoofing websites to steal credentials to use later to gain access to your networks. They know they have a larger audience to target, with more and more employees having to work from home, many of whom are not necessarily tech savvy. So there are gaps. If, like most of us, you realize you can't do it all, you have decisions to make. What's most important? Is it email, awareness, reducing potential for credential harvesting, any combination of those? Or maybe it's, well, it probably won't happen to me, or, well, I just moved to the cloud. That's more secure, right? Or one of my favorites, I'll get to it when I have time and budget. I'm okay for now. We've heard them all. So now you're really in the spotlight, highly visible and pretty uncomfortable. And what if you're a random victim? How is that any different than having no protection at all? You have to project real life scenarios and decide where will you focus first? Well, Mimecast might have a suggestion. Mimecast Email Security 3.0. It is a new approach from Mimecast. We extend beyond the traditional perimeter. That traditional perimeter continues to be focused on protections at the gateway with advanced functionalities like targeted threat protection and data loss protection. Inside the perimeter, our internal email protection ensures that your employees aren't trafficking malicious code inside. And if they are, we can quarantine and remediate any threats. And of course, human error continues to wreak havoc. And security awareness training, it's proving to help keep employees engaged and safer. Beyond the perimeter, we offer the ability to proactively go threat hunting Gain rich, actionable insights into the security posture of your own organization. Bolster your ability to protect your brand and prevent your domains from being hijacked. Mimecast's comprehensive API strategy ensures we can support your entire security investment by building hooks into the rest of your security ecosystem. In considering a resilient system, there are realities that you must face. Business world is competitive. Within public sector, you can bet it's competitive. It's a dog-eat-dog world, and the threat landscape is hostile. So how quickly do you really need to stand back up again when you've been knocked down? Can you afford to have your #1 collaboration tool, email, offline? Can you trust Microsoft with your regulatory compliance and e-discovery needs? Having an independent, feature-rich e-discovery app from Mimecast leads to much higher productivity, cost savings, and it satisfies Open Records Act requirements. Do you have full visibility of what your users are actually doing out there? Your shadow IT organization, do you have one? Get the benefit of feeding intelligence into the rest of your ecosystem. Add an extra layer to your Microsoft investment to help control the threats posed outside of email. By the numbers, an objective view, 94% start with an email, sophisticated email threats. An objective view towards the origination and nature of the threats and how Mimecast actually does make a difference. And it's a stark reminder that email security that's good enough usually isn't. Your burgeoning work from home remote workforce is still learning how to do that. Protect them with Mimecast Web Security. You get threat protection for employees, both on and off the corporate network. You'll have control over the categories of websites users can visit while on their corporate devices. Block inappropriate content, boost productivity. Exercise your new ability to proxy suspicious sites to stop malware download and prevent data exfil. I know this is probably a contradiction in terms, but employees excited about training, really? Actually, yes. Mimecast's engaging content that employees remember and apply regularly is making a difference. You have risk scoring to help identify and support the most at-risk users. And Mimecast uses an effective micro-learning approach that sharpens cyber reflexes. It reduces the risk of human error. And toss in a little humor, and our training is easily consumed. Most importantly, Mimecast awareness training works. We saw earlier the unsafe URL clicks that have increased. But when we analyzed our customers, those that were using Mimecast awareness training, they're far less likely to fall for the phishing schemes. And that is a trend we can live with. Reduce the risk of human error with cybersecurity training done right. So we've all heard the phrase of optimizing our investments. What exactly does that mean in this case? Well, for one, you can confidently extend your ecosystem with Mimecast's APIs. You can enjoy command and control of disparate systems with a single pane of glass. Easily, you can demonstrate ROI on all of your investments. So with once you've secured a resilient web and email capability, you have freedom. You have freedom to think beyond optimizing your investments and actually get more than what you paid for with Mimecast. Thank you very much for your time and attention. It's been a pleasure visiting with you, and I would be more than happy to entertain any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, great presentation, John. Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. While we do that, I'm just going to bring up this poll that says, what additional information would you like about the Mimecast solution? And leave that up there for our audience. John, are you ready for some Q&A?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, let's see. First question that came in, they're asking, how can you help organizations if their email system goes down? Is that something that Mimecast does?
We certainly might. I also our North American Director of Sales Engineering, Kit Hume, is on the line, and he's going to take that one. Kit?
Sure, I can quickly take this question. So with Mimecast, we have a purpose-built, MTA, that is inherent in our platform, that is able to deliver and accept emails and receive emails for all of our customers. And in the event of a downtime or a service downtime, we can continue to deliver and send emails for all of our clients. And the beauty of all this is that users can actually remain in their existing email clients to continue doing what it is that they're doing today. Using our continuity services, administrators can also perform migrations, so periods of planned downtime for their environments, and they can rely on Mimecast to go ahead and continue to send and receive emails for all new users.
Oh, that's interesting. I bet that's something that a lot of folks didn't realize that Mimecast was able to provide. So not just for outages, minor outages and upgrades, but also in disaster scenarios. Is that where it could help too?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Very cool. Another question here they're asking, they said you hit upon the rising number of ransomware attacks on public sector organizations. How do you protect against these types of attacks, and what can you do for us if an attack gets through?
Yeah, sure. So Mimecast has a multi-layered solution for protecting against ransomware through a variety of different checks across our stack, leveraging areas around open source intel, our own technology stack, and different services around deep packet and attachment scanning, using static code analysis and deep packet inspection to go ahead and look across the attachments for polymorphic attacks. Mimecast can protect against ransomware through all email-borne threats. In terms of protecting against these threats, Mimecast also has the ability to inspect delivered emails or messages that may make their way into users' mailboxes through other means to be able to scan for something that might have been deemed malicious in the future. And with our ability to connect into various email servers, we are able to remediate emails that have been sent either internally or inbound to different users so that they're unable to access these malicious attachments within their environment.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so Mimecast can protect from ransomware or malicious attachments even internally as well as externally. Very nice.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, and then next question here. What kind of trends are you seeing in cybersecurity since COVID-19 hit back in March?
Okay, I'll take that one. We're seeing actually quite a bit of movement across various segments of the public sector. Especially in the education. As far as higher education goes, we're seeing drastic shifts in re-enrollment. And what that's doing, it's causing the higher ed institutions to have to reconsider how they're going to accommodate the families, the kids, the students, how to accommodate them if they're not going to show back up on campus. We're seeing a lot of moves back to local community colleges. If they're not going to get the college experience, they're gonna have to. They're making changes. So the universities, community colleges, all the higher ed, they have to accommodate that. They have to figure out how to accommodate those families. K through 12, we're seeing a lot of let's not do anything yet. We're going to put everything on hold until we figure out what the next normal is going to be. So investments, new products, swapping out one for another. We're seeing basically some apprehension about any major changes at this time. On the state and local side, there is some change, not a lot. It has to do with the remote workforce and accommodating that. But generally, acquisitions, personnel moves, they're still going. I wouldn't say they're normal, but it is less abnormal than the education space. So it's very interesting to watch. And we're trying not to refer to the new normal. It's the next normal because, as we know, things are going to be changing regularly during this and as a result of this. So it's a pretty big impact to us.
Excellent. Yeah, I appreciate your insight into that. So final question I want to ask you is if state, local, or educational institutions out there are interested in the Mimecast security suite of tools, what do you recommend they do? What's the easiest kind of path for them to get started?
You know, it's a good question. It's got about 20,000 different ways to go because, as in most, it depends on where they are. So it's almost a sure, safe bet that one of the best ways to start is with our security awareness training. It's actually amazing. It's actually produced by people who've done Saturday Night Live, some of the video productions. So the quality of the production is there. It's not a 1 hour sit down and listen to a lecture. It's just a few minutes for each one. It has very powerful tools on risk scores on individual employees, the way they're going, and it does make a difference. One of the slides that showed you in the presentation was a dramatic drop in clicking those unsafe URLs with organizations that have done these security awareness training that we offer. It gives you a human firewall, and we're not kidding. It really does create a human firewall, just making people aware. Don't click the link. Don't open the attachment. Beyond that, it's going to depend on what's in your stack now. How are you providing security? Are you securing your email, your continuity, your archive, your e-discovery, your Open Records Act requirements? It just depends.
Okay, excellent. So a lot of different options to get started with Mimecast. Security awareness training is one of the best and easiest logical steps to help train your employees, make them into the human firewall. I think that's all the questions we have and have time for. John and Kit, really great presentation. Thank you so much for being on the event today.
Thank you very much.
And thank you to Mimecast for supporting today's event. For more information on the Mimecast solution, check out the handout that's available for download there in your audience console. That is specific to public sector, state, local government, and educational institutions, and it talks about the Mimecast solution, so make sure that you check that out. And with that, it's time for our next gift card giveaway. We have another Amazon $500 gift card going to Allie Haig from Michigan. Congratulations, Allie Haig from Michigan. We've got one more gift card to give out still after today's event, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We've got one more presentation to go. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our final presenter on today's EcoCast. That is Mr. Jake Turner, Solutions Engineering Director at NetApp. Jake, take it away.
David, thank you for having us on today. As organizations have been navigating this unprecedented event, they've had to take the necessary steps to provide services to their stakeholders, while at the same time still maintaining a security posture to protect their assets, while still maintaining accessibility to the data and providing remote access in ways that they never have before. It's really highlighted the importance of business continuity in a time where we're trying to plan for these types of vulnerabilities, disasters, and threats, yet still provide continuity of service. Today, we'd like to share with you a little bit about how NetApp can help you as you navigate this new time in this new space. For years, NetApp has been providing data availability, reliability, resilience, and availability both on-prem as well as in the cloud. Today, what I'd like to share with you is 3 ways that NetApp can immediately help you as you're navigating these waters. As mentioned before, organizations have taken unprecedented steps to continue to provide access and operations to their data and applications. Now, many people are taking a step back and saying, what do I do going forward? These are the 3 steps that we feel are critical for you to start looking at, and we're here to help. The first thing is stabilizing your critical systems and preparing for the next 30, 60, 90 days ahead. We know that there's going to be a lot of things that you've done that you need to try and figure out if that's a sustainable model for your organization. And we have tools to help you identify if you're in the appropriate posture, both from a security standpoint as well as cost and operationally. You need to continue to protect your data to make sure that your applications are available and performing optimally. When we've planned for disasters like this, traditionally, organizations looked at it and said, our plans are based on a site disaster. So there was a lot of local disaster recovery that was put in place, regional disaster recovery. with the assumption that you'd have a smaller percentage of your workforce or limited number of applications that you need to make available to your end users. And this go around, what we found is really all data and all applications are going to need to be made available to the majority of your users for an extended period of time, which means you may have to change your plans. And then you have to continue to support those remote teams, because lots of them went from having a desktop service at their office, and they've been away from that now for 3, 4, 6, 8 weeks, and they may not be back for some foreseeable time on a consistent basis. So reevaluating what your strategy is for long term and identifying what your needs are has become even more important. We're seeing lots of organizations take this opportunity to readdress their need for optimization and digital transformation. And there's ways that we can help you as you go through that process. But first, we want to make sure that whatever posture you're in today, how you're operating, that you're in a sustainable position for the foreseeable future as you decide on what those next steps are. And NetApp has some tools that can help you no matter what your platform is today. Now, natively, if you're a NetApp customer, you can use NetApp Active IQ, which gives you full visibility in terms of the health, risks, and availability of your entire infrastructure. If you're not a NetApp customer today, I'd like to introduce you to a service that's available that you can learn more about at cloud.netapp.com, and that's a product called Cloud Insights. Cloud Insights is a view into your infrastructure that will provide you metrics around performance, availability. It will also give you insight into security and compliance. It'll help identify insider threat, and we'll do it in a heterogeneous environment, both in your private cloud as well as in public clouds as well. It really gives you that visibility to stay ahead and see what the trends are as more people are coming back to work and as they're starting to utilize more and more services. It gives you a central location that you can monitor and troubleshoot all of your resources across your hybrid cloud infrastructure, both on-prem and in the hyperscalers, regardless of the infrastructure provider that you're using. And then we'll provide you intelligence and tools so that you can optimize that environment quickly and easily figure out what you need to do to accommodate this new situation that we suddenly find ourselves in. And best of all, it's available for the next 30 days at no cost to you. So you can check that out at cloud.netapp.com so you can get that critical insight that you need into your organization and into your operating environment. And so once you've identified, your stabilization, your performance metrics, determine where you may need to add additional performance or capacity, the next thing you want to do is make sure that you have a strategy in place to continue to protect your data. Your standard methodology may no longer be available to you because you've relocated your data into a cloud or into an alternate operating site. So NetApp can help here as well. We have a complete suite of data protection tools to ensure the availability of your application both on-prem and in the cloud. Many of our customers, David, they've made the transition to the cloud using the native services that are out there. But I'm here to tell you that there are better ways. There's ways that can provide additional performance, additional availability, additional options around data protection, replication, the ability to synchronize the data that you have both on-prem as well as in the cloud and keep those synchronized with the ability to continue to monitor those and have the mobility of data. So as you evaluate your situation, if you find that you need to change to a different hyperscaler, if you decide that you need to repatriate that data and bring it back on-prem, we have tools and methodologies to help you do that. And another thing that many customers are looking at is they did a bulk lift and shift to go to the cloud to provide scalability and availability to their customers, but it may be in a more expensive tier because they didn't have time to evaluate what the performance requirements were of that data. We can help you identify what the requirements are and put in place some automatic data tiering methodologies to help reduce that cost. When we're in a time of crisis, we'll act quickly to provide that continuity services that our critical stakeholders need, especially with services that are provided in the SLED environment. Providing those services for unemployment benefits, for healthcare benefits, for public service needs, right? We have this continuity of service that we need to maintain. And a lot of people went to the cloud quickly to make sure that we could provide that necessary service. Now it's going to be important that we exercise our fiduciary duty and that we're utilizing the right level of services now that we've established providing the basic service necessary. You know, getting data to the cloud, having that data protected is incredibly important, but we also have to be able to support those remote teams. They have to be able to have secure access, and we have to provide them the flexibility. You know, many people are doing multiple, they're wearing multiple hats right now, working remotely. You know, they're the school teacher as well as doing their day job, as well as being the parent or the caretaker of their parents as well. So we need to make sure that, you know, our users have a way to easily and reliably, you know, get to their applications as needed. And many people have turned to different types of end user computing opportunities and services to do that. They found that, you know, that they didn't have the ability to plan ahead and provide end users necessarily with the specifications of the devices that they need to run their applications, or maybe their legacy applications that really don't run well over the internet in a client-server architecture. And so what NetApp's been able to do is we've been able to come in and help customers quickly deploy end-user computing services, either on-prem or in the cloud. So on-prem, we've seen lots of users say, hey, my application really needs to run on-prem because of the nature of it. Maybe I have a legacy mainframe or mid-range system that it connects to, but I need a scalable solution. And for that, we've helped many customers deploy a NetApp HCI solution that provides virtual desktop services for them on their premise that users can connect to via remote clients to provide that robust experience that they're used to when they're sitting in the office, but minimizing the bandwidth requirements. For other users, they don't have that type of bandwidth into their environment, or they have a security context that prevents them from being able to do that. And a lot of customers have decided to leverage services in AWS, Azure, or GCP to get virtual desktop services. And NetApp has a new virtual desktop service that we're really excited about that you can learn about at cloud.netapp.com that allows you to very easily deploy and scale to thousands of virtual desktops for your users that are easy to deploy and manage and very simple to maintain and turn down when you no longer need them. Or you can continue to operate them over an extended period of time. But it's really stepping back and looking at, you know, what are the needs and making sure that we're addressing both the economics, the SLA, and most importantly, ensuring that that data is secure, no matter whether it's on-prem or in the cloud. But we want to make sure that you can rapidly take advantage of all the offerings that are out there so you can continue to provide those critical services that are available for your end users. What I'd like to do is give you a quick tour of cloud.netapp.com so you can see where some of these services are that I briefly explained. So you can see we just went to cloud.netapp.com and we provide multiple views for you here. You can either browse offerings by services if you have existing relationships with hyperscalers or if you're looking for private cloud solutions. This is one way you can see, you know, different offerings and services that may be available to you. Or if you're looking to solve a particular problem, you can come under our solutions and see what solutions we've aligned with different types of technologies, or simply take a tour of our products. The one that I mentioned primarily is the Cloud Insights. And that's what's going to give you the ability, and you can come watch the demo, you can start a free trial, but it'll walk you through the steps of how it's going to give you the visibility of your entire hybrid cloud heterogeneous environment, how it's going to allow you to see what your performance is, what your capacity is, help identify areas of savings for you, give you the visibility across multiple different types of infrastructure provider and application services, let you build dashboards so you can continue to monitor and alert on those critical states that you have so that you know how your infrastructure is operating, both on-prem and in the cloud. And then we leverage machine learning to help give you that graphical representation and understand your environment even more, and then drive into that cost optimization. Because one thing we're seeing, especially in the SLED space, we're seeing, you know, there's questions about funding and revenue. There's lots of sources out there, but we have to be very judicious with the funds that we have available to us. And if you've already started down the modernization path and you have Kubernetes technology in place, guess what? We can help you monitor that as well. And it all integrates into your ActiveIQ dashboard from NetApp. We've mentioned several times the importance of the security element. Cloud Insights will help you provide visibility into the security of that data that you've moved into the cloud as well. So this is one of the offerings that's available to you that you can take a free test drive on or engage our sales team to learn a little more about. Moving back to our presentation, what I'd like to leave you with is NetApp's, we're here to help. And we have lots of different ways to help you get started, whether it be engagement with Cloud Insights and a demo and our sales team, or we also have the ability to engage with our professional services team through a hybrid multi-cloud architecture and design service that helps you identify your needs, going from where you are today to where you'd like to be. We're living in unprecedented times that is going to drive new demand for you to modernize and provide new services to your organization and to your constituents while still maintaining an appropriate security posture that everyone can be confident in. And at NetApp, we're here to help.
All right, great presentation. Great presentation, Jake. I really appreciate that. We do have a couple poll questions I'm going to bring up while we do some Q&A. Are you with us, Jake?
Outstanding. Yes, thanks for having me today. I really appreciate it. And just a great string of presentations all day long.
Excellent, excellent. And I'm excited about this hybrid cloud multi-assessment. I've just brought up the poll question for that, and it's on the screen for the audience that says, would you like to learn more about a free hybrid multi-cloud assessment? So we'll leave that up while we take the first couple of questions from the audience. If you have a question about multi-cloud and NetApp and how it all works, now is the time to get it in. So let's see, first question they're asking is, they said, we rapidly stood up a VDI environment in our organization, to support remote work, but we're finding that 10% or more of our workforce still cannot connect on a daily basis. Any suggestions on how to fix this? I'm not sure if that's a good question for NetApp or not, but do you want to take a stab at it, Jake?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, David. Yeah, it's funny. People build churches, but not for Easter and Christmas, and that's also the way a lot of virtual desktop environments have been deployed. They've been deployed for. We have people that are going to work occasionally from home, and we've seen, lots of organizations that they weren't ready. They didn't have the ability to scale for what the demand is today. So a lot of those customers started deploying virtual desktop services in the cloud, and it was great timing. As this started, we had a great partner in a company called CloudJumper, which NetApp recently acquired, that helped organizations quickly deploy and easily manage virtual desktop infrastructure at scale in the cloud. And so we've seen a lot of organizations that with just such demand, they needed to do something, needed to react fairly quick. And we've had great success in helping them scale their existing infrastructure. Lots of people think it has to be an either or, and I really advocate that it's an and now more than ever, where your applications, things like virtual desktop, are going to reside on-premise and in the cloud, and you should have the ability to seamlessly move those back and forth. And David, that's really what this hybrid cloud assessment is about. It's really about helping organizations understand where they are, what their needs might be, and help put together a plan that they can execute against over time, but not just from a technology standpoint, but also help them understand what the cost implications are and ways that they can do it in a more affordable fashion. And in public sector, especially SLED, right, there's a lot of scrutiny as to where and how you spend your money. And so we want to make sure that, you're able to provide the information that your organization needs from a security standpoint and cost standpoint when you're making those decisions. So interweaving the question from the audience with the poll question right now. So
I like that. Yeah, very good insight there into what the multi-cloud assessment is and the importance of making sure that you make technology decisions, not just based on the cool factor of the technology or the ad that you saw, or the CIO saw on a newspaper, but making decisions based on the affordability of the solution and the TCO for the long term. So good answer there. All right, next question that came in, and I'm going to bring up our next poll question while we do that. The next poll is on the screen. What additional information would you like about the NetApp solution? We'll just leave that up. And so let's see, the next question is, we need to update our disaster recovery and business continuity plans. How has NetApp helped customers do this during the recent crisis?
So, I sound a little bit like a broken record. There's actually been a couple ways. A lot of our customers had already deployed some type of disaster recovery. A lot of them had selected to go to multiple cloud providers. One of the great things about being at NetApp right now is we have strong relationships with all the hyperscalers. Sometimes that creates a little bit of challenge for our customers because you do have so much choice, right? Whether it's one of the large, big 3 or 4 names that are out there, or even a lot of the telco providers that you work with provide NetApp embedded services that allow you to provide data protection from your on-prem into the cloud. And with a lot of limitations about being able to get into the data centers in some instances, unless it was an emergency, people started seeing that they were running a little low on space, and we're able to provide, that cloud capability, and using native NetApp tools, right? Our administrators didn't have to learn new things. They were able to leverage the tools that they were used to. They were confident in the technology. It's just instead of residing on engineered systems, it actually resides in the cloud. And so they'll have the ability to, stand it up. They get all the efficiencies that they get from their on-prem systems today, all the protocols that they have available today. And, if at some point in time they decide that they need to move it to another cloud or move it back on-prem, it gives them a lot of flexibility to do that. In some instances, we had cases where users needed to take a subset of their data and move it to a cloud provider using one of the cloud volume services that are available in most of them, and stand up virtual desktops there. So there's been lots of things that we've done to help customers stand up new services, right? We saw education had to get, really creative, and a lot of teachers had to go from the traditional analog in-person stance to online. And there were a lot of great video services that helped them with part of that. But then there are also pieces of that where they wanted to make, different pieces of information available to their students. And through, some of our services on the back end, we were able to accommodate that as well. So it really continued to give our customers the flexibility that they've always needed. And then a lot of new customers we saw come to us saying, hey, we see that you have things in the cloud that we think can really help us. And we're able to make sure that they were able to evaluate their situation and understand what their security context was after they moved to the cloud.
Nice. Okay, I like that. Very good that you can help with disaster recovery, data protection, business continuity. Another question that came in, they're asking, with everything moving to remote or to the cloud, how can we ensure that we don't compromise data security?
Boy, that is top of mind for everybody, right? The last thing anybody in the world, but especially, being in public sector and being part of SLED, right? We never want to breach that trust that we have with our constituents, with our students, right? There's so many ramifications, right? Headlines, right? Negative headlines don't generally make for good campaigns and re-elections. So, that's where the Cloud Insights portion really comes into play in evaluating the security context of your data, because it will help you evaluate from a compliance standpoint, to have the data in an appropriate location, because it uses machine learning and artificial intelligence. It understands the type of data that sits out there. And then secondarily, a lot of doors have been open to allow people to access networks. And so it can also identify any potential insider threats that you may not be aware of. Suddenly we have, hundreds of thousands of laptops sitting in people's homes where they never existed before. And, by and far, most people have, good security context around that, but not everybody does. And boy, state, local education, that is a hotbed for targets in terms of when people are trying to go mine information, because so much critical information shared with those organizations. So where we help is with that Cloud Insights piece and giving people the ability to run those tools and understand their security posture with what they've deployed up in the cloud. So that's how we can help, David.
Okay, excellent. Cloud insights. Cloud, I see NetApp Cloud Volumes on tap. NetApp Cloud Volumes runs in numerous public clouds. Is that right?
Yeah. Today it runs in Google Cloud Platform. It runs in Azure with Azure NetApp Files. It also runs in AWS. So we have Cloud Volume services as well as Cloud Volume on tap. So depending on how many knobs you want to be able to turn, we provide you with a variety of choices there for performance as well as capabilities. And we'd be happy to help anybody take a look at what their needs are. Once again, the hybrid cloud workshop really helps you understand where you are and create that roadmap for journey of where you want to go, whether it's on-prem or in the cloud.
Excellent, excellent. All right, well, I think that's all the time we have in our Q&A session, but it's been really great having you on the event today. Thank you so much, Jake.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to everybody that's viewing who, it's sometimes it's great to be last. I appreciate you guys hanging in there through the end of the day. Thanks, David. Have a great day. Talk to you again soon.
Thank you, Jake, and thank you to NetApp for supporting today's event. For more information on the NetApp solution, check out the handout that's available there in your audience console. It's the solution brief on how to stay ahead of disruption with resiliency and the NetApp ONTAP Cloud for Amazon Web Services. And with that, it's time for our final gift card announcement. We have a $500 Amazon gift card going to Emil Iglesias from North Carolina. Congratulations, Emil Iglesias from North Carolina. I'll post the winners of all of today's prizes in the chat or in the questions tab if you missed any of those announcements. Now, before you go, I want to remind you to subscribe to the 10 on Tech podcast over in the iTunes store for the latest updates on enterprise IT technology and innovations in about 10 minutes. If you are a potential sponsor of an upcoming event, we'd love to chat with you. Reach out to us at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And I hope that you will join us for our biggest event, one of our two biggest events of the entire year. That is our Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. It's happening next week. We're going to have 14 presentations back to back. It's going to be an awesome event. We're going to have independent content from experts out there in the industry joining us as well. So we hope that you'll be on that event. There's going to be tons of prizes as well if you're interested in that. So make sure you check it out. It's over on our website, events.actualtechmedia.com, which you'll be redirected to after today's presentation. And finally, we've reached the end of today's state, local government, education, IT event. Thank you for joining the EcoCast. I hope that you learned a lot. I hope that you have a great day, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.